Chapter 41. When Chuli turned around, he casually waved his hand. Slap! A clear slap was heard. Zhou Yuding covered his face and glared at him angrily. Chuli smiled. Look at me, I was too careless. I'm sorry, Brother Zhou. After that, he did not wait for Zhou Yuding to speak and left the floral pavilion. Outside the floral pavilion, the bluestone street was quiet. Lanterns lit up the street as if it was daytime. Only an old couple was walking quietly. Chuli carried the root out of the floral pavilion with a smile on his face. He looked at Zhao Ying's gloomy face and smiled. Sister, don't listen to Zhou Yuding's nonsense. Yes, Zhao Ying was unhappy. With that mouth of his, you don't have to care about what he says. Zhao Ying remained silent. Zhou Yuding said that to disgust me. I'm the one who dragged you into this. Zhao Ying remained silent. He won't dare to say anything else in the future. I promise he'll behave himself every time we meet. Don't be angry. We've already taken our revenge. We tricked them. Zhao Ying rolled her eyes at him. Brother, weren't you tricked? 500 taels. Hee hee. These 500 taels were well spent. Chuli touched the iron-like root and exclaimed, This is a priceless treasure. Really? What is it? Have you heard of the glorious tree? Glorious tree? Zhao Ying frowned and shook her head slowly. Chuli smiled. Then go back and check it out yourself. The glorious tree emitted a kind of force that sped up the growth of plants. It was a legendary priceless treasure. She did not expect to see it here. As the tree grew older, it sped up faster. For precious herbs, time was the most important. The value of the glorious tree was immeasurable. Gu Litong didn't recognize it? Zhao Ying scoffed. Her impression of Gu Litong had changed. He was just like Zhou Yuding. Chuli touched the root and laughed. If he recognized it, he wouldn't give it up even if he had 100,000 taels. Zhao Ying looked at Chuli up and down a few times before she came back to her senses. Ever since they entered the mystical herb pavilion, Chuli had been plotting against Gu Litong. The first two roots were deliberately disguised as battle energy to mislead Gu Litong. Gu Litong unknowingly fell into the trap and gave up the treasure. Senior brother, you're really cunning. Chuli smiled without saying a word. I think Zhou Yuding is scared out of his wits. He can't be that timid, right? That's because you don't know High Official Zhou's personality. Chuli shook his head and could not help but laugh. He strictly forbids Zhou Yuding from getting close to women. Why? Back then, High Official Zhou practiced the virgin skill, but his power was broken by a honey trap. If he knew that Zhou Yuding kept a woman, he would definitely break his legs. There's actually such a thing. Zhou Yuding is arrogant and stubborn outside, but in front of his father, he's like a mouse meeting a cat. Zhao Ying imagined Zhou Yuding's cowering look and couldn't help but giggle. Chuli smiled. Junior sister, if you still can't vent your anger, why don't you teach him a lesson? Zhao Ying hurriedly waved her hand. There are rules. Senior brother, don't act recklessly. When it came to scolding someone, she just had to scold them back. She had also scolded Zhou Yuding harshly. However, it would be different if she made a move. If Chuli really did make a move, the third lady would not side with him. Her bright eyes widened as she looked at Chuli seriously. All right, I won't teach him a lesson. Chuli smiled. Chuli was not satisfied yet, so he went to 2 more shops selling flowers and plants, but he returned disappointed. The glorious tree was a rare treasure, but it was difficult to survive and grow. Just like the emperor, it needed other trees to support it. The dark green tree, the bright glow tree, and the bramble pagoda tree. Senior brother, it's getting late. Let's go back. Zhao Ying looked at the bright moon in the sky. Chuli shook his head at the glorious tree's root. I'll send you back to the residence. I won't go back, Zhao Ying said softly. Chuli looked at her face, and she turned her eyes away to avoid his gaze. Even without the omniscient mirror, Chuli knew that Zhou Yuding's words were still effective. Zhao Ying wanted to avoid arousing suspicion. Although he was a newbie in the field of love, he knew that he should not be too hasty. He had to take it slow. He smiled. That's great. Let's go back together. I plan to cultivate in isolation, so I can't take care of the residents. It's okay. I'll ask Brotherly to help. Okay. Zhao walked slowly and hesitantly. She had a lot on her mind. Chu pretended that he did not see it. He smiled and told her about anecdotes and gossip in the residence. Zhao Ying loved to listen to such gossip. Zhao Ying replied absent-mindedly. The two slowly returned to the house of High Duke. After entering the residence, they separated. Chu drove the boat back to the East Garden. Suru came to Chu courtyard and knocked on the door. Shui came out and bowed. Chief. The apricot gown was especially bright under the light. It made her look even more beautiful. Chu returned to the East Garden. Yes, Shui replied. Suru entered the courtyard and looked at the black soil. She carefully walked around and came to the pagoda and sat down. How is he? Is he easy to serve? Not bad. Shui hesitated for a moment. Suru turned to look at her. Shui slightly lowered her eyes. Her expression was solemn. Suru pointed at her. Looks like your old habit is acting up again. You're looking down on Chu, aren't you? Chief. Shui smiled embarrassedly. I'm quite curious. Suru shook her head and said, why don't you take Chu seriously? Shui looked at her and lowered her head. He doesn't know martial arts. Does he? He doesn't know martial arts? Suru was stunned and giggled. Shui raised her head. Is that wrong? Who told you that he doesn't know martial arts? Suru could not stop laughing. Shui was scared by Suru's laughter. His eyes are lifeless and his limbs are weak. He doesn't have any inner energy to support him. It's obvious that he doesn't know martial arts. The more she said, the more convinced she was of her judgment. There's nothing wrong with his temples. Even if he knows martial arts, his cultivation level is limited. Shui, this is the best joke I've ever heard. When we get back, I must tell Lady Xiao. Shui heard that she was going to tell Lady Xiao and panicked. Because she was too arrogant, she was often scolded by Lady Xiao. She quickly said, Chief, am I wrong? Suru took 2 deep breaths and stopped smiling. Sigh. To tell you the truth, Chu Li is an innate master. An innate master? Shui was stunned and looked at her in shock. Suru smiled. I wouldn't lie to you, would I? But, Shui frowned and said in confusion, but he doesn't look like a master at all. Don't innate masters have sunken temples? Everyone's physique is different. Appearance may not be accurate. Suru smiled and said, so, do you think you could be arrogant? Shui lowered her head. She did not expect him to be an innate master. Such a young innate master was comparable to Lady Xiao. Lady Xiao was talented and cultivated the world's top antique study. She also had the help of the public house's resources. It was not surprising that she was an innate master at such a young age. However, Chu was just a scribe. You? Suru pointed at her. If you don't dare to have this arrogant habit, you'll suffer a lot sooner or later. Chu didn't scold you, did he? Chief, no matter how arrogant I am, I will never lose my place. He's a smart person. He saw through your little tricks long ago. He's just too lazy to argue with you. Shui lowered her head in embarrassment. Is he practicing some kind of strange martial arts? His posture is quite strange. You better not cultivate it. Suru pointed at her. Even I don't dare to cultivate this. Yes, Shui nodded reluctantly. Suru said seriously, Shui, you chose the crescent cryptic. You can't be greedy anymore. This martial art consumes a lot of energy. Yes, Shui replied seriously. Suru then felt relieved. You're his maid. Serve him with all your heart. Don't think about those little tricks. He's very important to Lady Xiao. If you make him unhappy, I won't care if you get punished. Shui said helplessly, yes. All right, I'm leaving. Suru stood up. Lady Xiao was worried about you. That's why she sent me over to give you some advice. You've really made a mistake. Shui lowered her head in shame. Suru waved her hand and lightly left the courtyard. When Chu came to the courtyard the next morning, he found that Shui was much better. She was not like before, where she would only do what he told her to do. Chu activated the omniscient mirror and laughed. Lady Xiao was really meticulous. Shui served 2 plates of exquisite dishes. Master, these are the 2 side dishes I made. Not bad. Chu looked at them. They looked and smelled good. Shui carried a black jar and opened the seal. A unique fragrance wafted into his nose. He could tell that it was a Guangling brew that was more than 10 years old. This jar cost at least 10 taels of silver. Master, please. Shui filled a white jade cup for him and offered it with both hands. The golden wine was reflected by the warm white jade. It became more delicate and mellow. The taste was even richer. Chuli took the white jade cup and smiled. Shui, what's the matter? Master, I want you to teach me how to cultivate. Shui's eyes looked straight at him. Her eyes were clear and bright. Crescent cryptic? Chuli shook the white jade cup. Shui straightened her back and nodded lightly. Yes. Sure, Chuli smiled. But it's not cheap for me to teach you. Master, please tell me. Chuli pointed at the table. Every meal has 4 dishes, 1 soup and a jar of good wine. No problem. Shui clenched her teeth and answered slowly and forcefully. Chuli looked at her with a grin and stared at her beautiful face without the slightest scruple. All right then, I'll give you a few pointers first. Adjust your cultivation time. Cultivate at midnight and don't cultivate the crescent cryptic during the day. Shui blinked her bright eyes and looked at him in confusion. The cultivation of the crescent cryptic was difficult and the progress was extremely slow. It needed time to grind. She cultivated every second. If she only cultivated at midnight, when would she be able to open her meridians? Chuli did not say anything else. He finished the white jade cup in 1 gulp and picked up the white jade chopsticks to eat. His face was intoxicated. Shui held the jar and filled the white jade cup. She was skeptical. Chapter 42. For the next 2 days, she became even more attentive. Every meal was delicious with good wine. Chuli was eating happily, but he did not say anything else. Shuiling was still doubtful as she continued her cultivation. She did not cultivate during the day. Every time it was midnight, she would wake up and cultivate for an hour. She would sleep exhausted, and the next day, she would be full of energy. The cultivation of the crescent cryptic was very exhausting. She used to reach her limit after cultivating for a quarter of an hour. Now, she could sustain for an hour. She felt that she was especially energetic at midnight, and cultivating at midnight was especially easy. As a result, her cultivation time was extended and her efficiency increased. It was comparable to a few days of cultivation in the past. It was amazing just thinking about it. In the morning, dark clouds covered the sun and the sky was gloomy. Chuli was in a good mood. He drank and ate and looked at the courtyard leisurely. The spirit soil had formed and could be planted. He secretly let out a long sigh of relief. The method of making spirit soil came from a book. This was the first time he tried it. He was actually worried. The method of making spirit soil was passed down by the imperial family. The public house only had spirit soil, but they did not know how to make it. This was the weapon that the imperial family used to control the public house, martial arts sects, and big families. He had read more than 10 books on spirit soil, and they all revealed bits and pieces. He combined these books and summarized this method. It seemed that he was lucky. This method was successful. The next step was to try planting spirit herbs and test the effect of the spirit soil. Shui stood beside Chuli and poured wine for him. Her body emitted a faint fragrance. She carefully observed Chuli's expression. Seeing that he was in a good mood, she whispered while pouring wine, "Master, why must the crescent cryptic be cultivated at midnight?" She put down the wine jar and offered a white jade cup with both hands. "Can you feel the effect?" Chuli took the jade cup and looked at the rustling green bamboo. He asked slowly. "Yes," Shui said softly. "The cultivation is easier and faster." Chuli took a sip of wine and put down the cup. He picked up a piece of red crispy meat and put it in his mouth. He chewed slowly. "Shuiling, do you usually study?" "Of course, but time is tight. I don't read much." "What do you read?" "Most of them are history books." "What about martial arts theories?" "I read some." To practice martial arts theories are very important. There are also medical books. Martial arts and medicine are inseparable. "Medical book?" Shuiling was surprised. Chuli picked up the white jade cup and took a sip. "Once I've finished reading the medical books, I'll look at the theories of martial arts. That way, I'll be more enlightened." "Yes." Shui nodded lightly. Chuli had reached innate mastery at such a young age. He was even more powerful than the lady. She longed to cultivate the ultimate martial art. Of course, She could not miss the opportunity in front of her. She wanted Chu to be her role model. Chu said, "The vital force in the human body is always circulating, just like a pedestrian walking on the road. The vital force will mostly gather in the heart technique route of the crescent cryptic at midnight, so it'll be easier to cultivate it. Cultivating outside midnight will harm your body. I'm just afraid that you'll collapse before you can cultivate the crescent cryptic." So serious? Most of the heart techniques of martial arts are harmful to the body. You can only make up for it by practicing innate mastery. Chu shook his head and said, "Innate mastery is a barrier between life and death," he sighed. Countless people had fallen at the threshold of the innate stage, unable to live past the age of 60. However, people had no fear and were unwilling to be ordinary people. That was why martial arts were flourishing in this world. Ling pursed her red lips, and her voice became softer. "Master, is there a faster way to cultivate?" Chu raised his head and looked at her. Ling's bright eyes were sparkling with a hint of pleading. The arrogant Ling made such an expression, which made her look even more pitiful. Chu smiled and said, "There really is. Please teach me, Master." Ling said softly. Chu put down the white jade cup and walked to the pagoda. He said, "Watch carefully." He moved slowly, waving his hand, lifting his leg, bending and drawing an arc, just like the Tai Chi fist of the future. There's a total of 8 movements. They're all to cultivate the crescent cryptic of the hand and crescent cryptic of the foot. Practice for half an hour at midnight first, then cultivate the crescent cryptic. Yes, it's very simple. Have you memorized it? Ling said embarrassedly, "Master, can you demonstrate again? Watch carefully this time." Chu moved slowly and said, "It's better to be slow than fast. Loose and soft, but penetrating. Don't use clumsy force." Ling followed behind him and gestured. The 8 movements were very simple, and she had already learned them. "Oh, I'm disturbing you guys." Suddenly, a crisp laughter rang and interrupted their movements. Suru was dressed in an apricot gown and stood gracefully at the entrance of the courtyard. Chu smiled and closed-fist saluted. Ling bowed and greeted Chief. Suru smiled as she entered the courtyard and came closer. "Chu, you seem to be in a good mood." Chu waved his hand. "Ling served me with good wine and good food. Of course, I have to repay you. It's not worth laughing at. Chief, please come in." The two entered the pagoda and sat at the stone table. Ling brewed 2 cups of tea and served them. Then, she quietly left the pagoda. Only the 2 of them were left in the pagoda. Suru took a sip and put down the white jade teacup. She sighed, "I found them." Chu looked up from the cup. "You found them?" "Yes." Suru smiled. "It took a lot of effort. The bramble pagoda tree and the brilliant glow tree were transported here. Only the dark green tree was not touched." Chu smiled as if a heavy burden had been lifted from his shoulders. The public house was indeed a powerful force. These 3 trees were very ancient and grew in extreme environments. If a person was alone, he might not be able to find one in his entire life. "I'll leave tomorrow." "Chu, are you really leaving the public house?" Suru frowned and looked at him worriedly. "You haven't forgotten about the Tempest Temple, have you?" "I'll disguise myself, and I'll be able to fool them," Chu said. There was no disguise technique in this world. However, by changing one's appearance, one could still change one's appearance. "It's too dangerous." Suru shook her head. "I think we should forget about it. Let Gu Litong go." Chu shook his head. "This is too important. I have to do it myself. Gu Litong is also very powerful. Don't worry, I won't be stopped that easily." Suru slammed her hand on the stone table and shouted, "If you think you can get away with it, you'll die in the hands of those stupid monks sooner or later." The dark green tree was hard to find and difficult to live on. It would die as soon as it was moved. He relied on the life and death scripture to try to transplant it. It would be difficult for others to do so. "Chief, the dark green tree is too important." Chu shook his head. "If something goes wrong, it'll delay the whole thing and we'll suffer heavy losses. No matter how important it is, it's not as important as your life." Suru said impatiently. If the dark green tree survives and you die, who will revive the glories will tree? No, you're not allowed to go. Chuli looked at her helplessly. Suru rolled her eyes at him and scoffed. Let Gu Litong go. He's not bad either. Don't think that you're the best in the world. The dark green tree. Chuli sighed. Suru said, you stay in the public house and don't go out. All right. Chuli slowly nodded. He was also a person who cherished his life. He was afraid of the Tempest Temple. If he really met them, he might not be able to escape. He would not take risks if he could. Suru smiled. Xueling, are you comfortable with it? Not bad. You're not allowed to have any evil thoughts. I wouldn't dare. You guys are men. Don't forget that there's still Zhaoing. Chuli smiled bitterly. Zhaoing was too thin-skinned. She was still avoiding Zhou Yuding's harsh words. She was really naive and cute. Suru pursed her lips and smiled. What's wrong? Did you throw a tantrum? Chuli smiled. Suru's smile became wider. Do you want me to help you again? Chuli smiled. She's not a pushover. Looks like you haven't let it get to your head. Suru smiled. You're still calm. Then I'll arrange for Gu Litong to move the dark green tree. Tell him to be careful. Chuli said. The dark green tree is hard to serve. Suru stood up, waved at him, and left. Xueling had been smiling for the past 2 days. She was becoming more and more beautiful. She liked to wear white, spotless clothes. If she dirtied her clothes, she would immediately change them. She would never compromise. Even if she had to wash clothes frequently, she would still wear white. Chuli was sensing the aura of the spirit land. He planted the nightmare flower in the Andromeda. He also planted a big tree in the southeast and southwest corners of the courtyard. The tree was thick enough for a person to wrap his arms around it. The 2 big trees were the sunset tree and the bramble pagoda tree. They were stable and full of vitality. The nightmare flower and the Andromeda were growing very fast. They were growing faster than normal soil. According to his estimation, it would take at least 1/3 of the time. If he used the life and death scripture again, it would only take 1/3 of the time. The life and death scripture was only at the 2nd level. If he improved it further, the effect of accelerating ripening would be even stronger. Combined with the glories will tree, the effect would be amazing. Xueling cleaned the dishes and washed them. Her body exuded a faint fragrance. She came to Chuli. Master, my cultivation has progressed very quickly these past 2 days. Chuli looked at her from head to toe. You should practice the 8 styles. Okay, Xueling quickly replied. She walked out of the pagoda. Her beautiful face was serious and solemn. She began to practice. Her movements were smooth, slow, elegant, and pleasant. Chuli raised his voice. Smile, show a smile. Xueling's mouth twitched. Chuli said, when you smile, the acupoints of your body will relax, and your energy will be more agile. You must practice it with a playful mood. Xueling adjusted her mentality. Her smile became more natural, and her movements became gentler. That's it. It's not gentle enough. Imagine yourself as a baby. Don't use force. Just pose and move, lively and relaxed. Xueling corrected her mentality and movements. Her energy gradually became different. Chuli nodded in satisfaction. Xueling's comprehension was not bad. She was much more talented than him. With some careful guidance, she would be able to do it. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. Chuli used the omniscient mirror to see that it was Suru. He waved his hand at Xueling to let her continue. He walked out of the pagoda and opened the door. Suru stood outside in an apricot gown. She looked serious. Chuli reached out his hand. Suru stepped into the courtyard and glanced at the few nightmare flowers in Andromeda. Her clear eyes stopped for a moment on the 2 big trees. She went straight into the living room and quietly sat on the armchair. Xueling had already stopped what she was doing. She came in quietly and served tea. She stepped back and closed the door. Chuli took a sip of tea and looked at Suru. Is there something wrong with the dark tree? It's dead. Suru sighed and said helplessly. Gu Litong tried his best. Unfortunately, Chuli frowned. This was troublesome. They were waiting for it. The brilliant glow tree and the bramble pagoda tree were alive. Once the dark tree arrived, The three trees would combine, and they could try to activate the glory's will. Suru had a small blister at the corner of her mouth. Her voice was slightly hoarse. Chuli, can't we use other trees instead? Chuli shook his head lightly. Suru sighed. Then what should we do? You didn't find any other dark trees? What are you trying to do? Suru glared at him and scoffed. You want to leave the public house? Now that things have come to this, I have to do it myself. Don't even think about it. Suru said impatiently. Why don't we get a branch and see if it can survive? It won't work. Chuli sighed. Chapter 43. Is there no other way? Suru frowned at him. Chuli sighed. Chief, you know there's only one way. No. Suru shook her head. You are not allowed to leave the public house. Chuli pondered. Actually, there was one way, which was to give himself more protectors so that the Tempest Temple would not dare to make a move. However, this would be too much of a ruckus. The matter of the Spirit Land was to be carried out in secret. Outsiders could not know about it, let alone the Glory's will. Very few people knew about the Glory's will tree, but they could not look down on others. There was always someone better out there. It was not impossible that no one knew about the Glory's will tree. They could infer the existence of the Glory's will tree from the dark green tree and the bright glow tree and the thorn scholar tree that they had moved earlier. The temptation of the Glory's will was too great. Too many people were jealous of it, and it would cause endless trouble. Therefore, it had to be carried out in secret. Suru did not give up. Can it really not survive with a branch? Chuli shook his head. It can survive, but when will it grow up? Small saplings are useless. We can't wait for 20 years, right? These three trees were at least 20 years old. The spiritual energy was too weak and useless. The Glory's will was half dead and depended on his spiritual energy to nourish it. If it was not born with enough, it would die. Suru gritted her teeth and remained silent. Chuli said, How about this? Let's do the opposite. How? Suru leaned forward. Let's make it big. When will Lady Xiao leave the public house? What are you going to do? Suru stared at him. Lady Xiao's whereabouts were confidential. Other than her, no one would know. The next time Lady Xiao goes out, I will blend in with the scribes. Lady Xiao will go to the dark green tree and bring it back. What do you think? Xiao Qi's protectors and scribes were the most loyal. There is no need to worry about it being leaked. This, Suru pondered. This is a good idea. Not bad. Not bad. The more she thought about it, the more she felt it was feasible. With Lady Xiao's protectors, the Tempest Temple would not dare to do anything. Killing Chu Li and assassinating the princess were not the same thing. No matter how overbearing the Tempest Temple was, they would have to think twice. Let Lady Xiao go out as soon as possible. Well, I'll discuss it with Mississippi. You should prepare for it in a few days. Suru got up. She knew that Miss would visit her aunt in 2 days. Chuli followed behind her and left the living room. He saw Shui practicing her fist technique under the bright glow tree. She was practicing the 8 forms that Chuli had taught her earlier. The crescent cryptic was not suitable to be practiced during the day, but these 8 forms were suitable. Seeing that Suru had come out, Xueling quickly stopped and sent her off with Chuli. Suru waved her hand and floated away, disappearing into the depths of the forest. Chuli returned to the courtyard and sat in the gazebo. Shui served 2 plates of desserts and 2 plates of fruits. The treatment at the Jade Guardian Island was excellent. Chuli did not have such luxury when he was in the East Garden. On the morning of the 3rd day, Chuli was practicing the delusion split in the East Garden when Suru fluttered over and waved her hand as soon as she entered the courtyard. Get ready. We're leaving immediately. Shall we depart now? Chuli sheathed his sword. Yes, we're leaving right away. Is there anything to prepare? No more. Then let's go. Suru turned around and left. Liu came out from the main hall and smiled. Chief, have some tea. No thanks. Suru waved her hand. Can you take care of the East Garden? Of course, no problem. Liu patted his chest. If you can't take care of it, I'll find someone to help you. Suru said. Chuli is busy. He can't leave. No need, no need. Liu quickly waved his hand. He knew that he was annoying because he was a chatterbox. He could not stop talking. Chuli could endure it, but others might not. In the end, they would still leave on bad terms. It was better to maintain the status quo. It was tiring, but at least it was peaceful. Chuli took a bag and followed Su-Ru out of the East Garden. They rode on their horses and passed through Chongming town. When they arrived outside the town, they caught up with a group of people. A group of protectors in gray robes surrounded Xiaoqi. When they saw Su-Ru, they made way for her. Chuli followed Su-Ru to the front. Xiaoqi was riding a white horse. She wore a white gown and a dark green cloak. She looked valiant. "Let's go together." Seeing Chuli, Xiaoqi waved her hand. Chuli Fist saluted and followed beside Su-Ru. They walked side by side. Four protectors in gray robes were galloping in front. Beside them were 4 elders, and behind them were 12 knights. Chuli glanced at them and imprinted the faces of the 20 knights in his mind. There were 6 elders, 14 middle-aged men, and no young men. He was speechless. The House of High Dukes was indeed powerful. 14 innate masters and 6 elders were probably grandmasters. Grandmasters were sect leaders in the martial arts world. Innate masters were already top-notch masters in the martial arts world. They could run amok, but in the House of High Dukes, they were ordinary. Chuli became an innate master at such a young age. Although it was impressive, he was still just an innate master. Standing in this group of protectors, he was nothing. Chuli activated the omniscient mirror to see what they were thinking. This group of people was loyal and reliable, but he had to be careful. There was no line of defense that could not be broken. There was no one without a weakness. As long as he could find a weakness, it was not impossible to make them betray him. After looking at them, Chuli was relieved. This group of people was indeed reliable. Their expressions were solemn, and they did not look down. In fact, they were suppressing their curiosity. They wanted to know who he was and whether he was Lady Zhao's lover. Chuli laughed to himself. They really dared to think. He rode quietly and did not say a word. This made Su-Ru glance at him from time to time. Chuli could really endure it. He did not tell him where they were going. Was he not curious at all? The feeling of riding quietly was very suffocating, but he could endure it. As expected, he was not an ordinary guy. Chuli already knew where they were going. Snow Peak's Wonder Temple. They were going to meet Xiaoqi's aunt, Xiao Yueling. Under the bright sun, they galloped on a main road. The horses' hooves were like thunder when they hit the ground. Yellow smoke floated behind them like a yellow dragon, lingering for a long time. They ran until noon. Xiaoqi waved her hand. Su-Ru raised her voice and said, "Everyone, take a break." Everyone slowly stopped their horses. 8 knights spread out in all directions to explore the terrain. The other 12 knights surrounded the 3 of them and looked around vigilantly. Soon, the 4 horses returned. The group moved to a forest and untied the reins to let the horses slowly eat some grass and drink some water. Even at this time, Xiaoqi and the others were still surrounded. Surrounding Xiaoqi had become their instinct. They did this all the time. It was natural and subconscious. Chuli, we're going to Snow Peak. It'll probably take 3 days. Su-Ru sat beside Chuli and brushed her hair. You're not angry that I didn't tell you, right? Chuli smiled. It's the rule. I understand. Why are we going to Snow Peak? Lady Zhao's aunt is at Snow Peak. Chuli did not ask further. Xiaoqi was dressed in a white gown. It was spotless, and she did not look tired at all. She looked relaxed. We're going to look for that tree on the way back. Coincidentally, it's not far from Snow Peak. Su-Ru smiled. It's on the way. It was common sense for protectors to not take the same route on the way back and forth unless there was no other way. That's good. Chuli smiled. All right. Lady Xiao is very powerful. Don't talk nonsense when you see her. Chuli raised his eyebrows. Su-Ru said, if you make Lady Xiao unhappy, she won't hold back. Then I'll be outside. Su-Ru pursed her lips and smiled. Of course. I'll bring you to meet her. She's a beauty. Xiaoqi glared at Su-Ru. Su-Ru quickly covered her mouth. Xiaoqi said, it's not that serious. Just be careful. Yes. Chuli replied respectfully. The 3 of them chatted for a while, drank some water, and continued on their way. The protectors were even more curious about his identity. There were not many who could sit so close to Lady Xiao and talk to her in such a casual manner. who would not tremble when they saw Lady Xiao and dare not say a word. At night, they found a forest to stay. Fortunately, it was early autumn. On the afternoon of the fourth day, they arrived at the foot of a mountain. It was a strange mountain. From the waist up, the lush green color was covered with white snow, turning it into a snowy peak. The snowy peak pierced the clouds, and the peak could not be seen. Even with the omniscient mirror, Chuli could not see the scenery at the peak. They tied the horses and used their light body technique to step on the treetops. There was no path on the mountain, so they could only walk on the treetops. The protectors then realized that Chu Li's light body technique was not bad. Before this, they thought that he was just a scribe and did not know martial arts. Chu Li's appearance was too deceiving. After a quarter of an hour, they stopped in front of a Taoist temple hidden in the dense forest. The walls of the Taoist temple were mottled and filled with the vicissitudes of time. The three words "wonderful temple" were elegant and delicate, written by a woman. Chuli looked at it. The Taoist temple was hidden by the forest, and there was no path on the mountain. Almost no one would come here. It was an excellent place to hide from the world. As soon as they landed, the door of the Taoist temple opened. A beautiful girl holding a horsetail whisk appeared. She was about 13 or 14 years old and had a clear voice. "Sister Xiao, please." "Ashu, what's Aunt doing?" Xiao Qi asked. "She's brewing tea." She predicted that Sister Xiao would come. The young girl, Ashu, was full of spirit. Her eyes were bright and lively. She was a beauty. Her beautiful eyes could charm a lot of men. Xiao Qi said, "Suru and Chuli, follow me." Hey. Chapter 44. Chuli climbed up the 9 bluestone steps and stepped into the temple. The temple was filled with the vicissitudes of life, like an old man past his prime. Chuli could already see the woman in the temple in his mind. She wore a dark blue robe and held a white jade horsetail whisk. Her face was fair and smooth. She was an absolute beauty and was about the same age as Xiao Qi. The two of them looked alike and had a unique temperament that was cold and solemn. There was only one beauty in the temple and no one else. That was Xiao Qi's aunt, Xiao Yueling. He was secretly amazed. He thought she was an old woman and did not expect her to be such a young beauty. He used the omniscient mirror to observe and found out that Xiao Yueling was a grandmaster at such a young age. Her aura was like the mountains and the sea, far superior to Xiao Qi's 4 grandmaster protectors. She sat diagonally in front of an antique tea table in the main hall. Her hips were straight and her breasts were proud as she quietly sipped her tea. She held a green jade teacup in her hand that was steaming. There were 3 lifelike statues in the main hall. One of them was a middle-aged man with an extraordinary temperament, and the other 2 were beautiful middle-aged women. When they stood together, they looked like a celestial couple. Xiao Yueling sat quietly and held her tea as if she was one with the 3 statues behind her. Creak. The main hall door opened, and Chu Li and the others followed, Ashu into the hall. Ashu flicked her horsetail whisk and said, "Master, Sister Xiao and the others are here. Come and sit." Xiao Yueling woke up from her deep thoughts and looked up at the 3 of them. Her clear eyes scanned Chu Li and gradually sharpened. It was as if she was cutting open his body with a knife and wanted to see his organs. "Aunt." "Greetings, madam." Xiao Yueling waved her hand lightly, but her eyes were still on Chu Li. "You're Chu Li, right?" "I am Chu Li." Chu Li fist saluted. "Come and sit." "Have some tea," Xiao Yueling said. Chu Li answered happily, "Yes." The 3 of them came to the tea table and sat opposite each other. The faint scent of sandalwood wafted into Chu Li's nose. It was like the aura of her body that calmed one's heart and made it difficult to have any evil thoughts. 3 cups of tea had already been placed on the coffee table. Xiao Yueling seemed to have known that they would be coming over. She handed the cups to the 3 of them. Chu Li received it with both hands and took a sip. Instantly, a refreshing fragrance entered his stomach and spread from his lower abdomen. The turbid air around him dissipated and his body felt light as a feather. He was secretly shocked. It was actually spiritual tea that could improve one's physique and cleanse one's marrow. He had only read about it in books and anecdotes. He had never thought that he would be able to taste this legendary spiritual tea with his own eyes. How generous! Xiao Yuling lowered her eyelids. Her long eyelashes were like fans covering her watery eyes as she took a sip of her spiritual tea. Xiao Qi and Suru also lowered their heads and focused on drinking their tea. They did not say a word, and the hall was so quiet that even a pin drop could be heard. Ashu's big eyes kept rolling around, looking at this and that, and finally, she stared at Chu Li curiously. Chu Li experienced the wonders of the spirit medicine. The turbid air was eliminated, and his inner energy flowed faster. He knew the benefits of this kind of spirit medicine. The first drink was the best, and the effects would be the strongest. As time went by, the effects would slowly weaken. However, over time, it would change a person's physique and turn them into a martial arts genius. Chu Li drank very quickly and finished the tea in the jasper teacup in no time at all. He put down the teacup and sat still as he quietly looked at Xiao Yueling. Xiao Yueling did not seem to mind his gaze and continued to focus on drinking her tea. After a while, she finished her tea and looked up. Xiao Qi, you're almost perfected. Just a little bit more. Xiao Qi put down the jasper cup. Xiao Yueling looked at her from head to toe and smiled gently. How rare. The Andromeda's effects are really good. Sigh, you're just like your mother, stubborn. Xiao Qi smiled. It was the first time Chu Li saw her smile. It was like the first glimmer of snow. Xiao Yueling looked over. Chu Li, are you cultivating the sentient menace? Chu Li nodded. Xiao Yueling's slender eyebrows twitched. Aunt, I'm a little worried, Xiao Qi said. The martial arts of the Tempest Temple are cruel and vicious. It's inevitable that there will be traps. Chu Li, let me have a look, Xiao Yueling said. Chu Li activated the sentient menace, and his skin glowed with a golden light. His entire temperament changed from gentle and calm to masculine and domineering. Even his gaze became sharper. Very good. Xiao Yueling nodded and smiled. It's been less than a month, right? It seems that your meditation is very good. The disciples of the Tempest Temple cultivated the sentient menace for years. If Chu Li was less than a month, the Tempest Temple would find out and snatch him back as a disciple. Chu Li smiled. Without a good meditation, he would not be able to cultivate the scripture of the wisdom root. After he mastered the omniscient mirror, his meditation became more profound and rare. Xiao Yueling gently hit him with her palm. Chu Li did not move, and allowed Xiao Yueling's pale hand to hit his chest. Bang! A dull sound was heard. Chu Li sat still. Xiao Yueling retracted her hand and asked, How did it feel? Chu Li thought for a moment and said, It felt like I fell into the sea. He inwardly shivered. This light palm was snow-white and sparkling like a piece of white jade. It was small and exquisite, but when it hit his body, it transmitted a turbulent inner force that was like a raging wave that wanted to knock him over. Bang! Xiao Yueling hit him again. Chu Li was sent flying. He took 3 steps in the air and landed on the ground. He sat in front of the coffee table again. What about this palm? It felt like a strong gust of wind. Which part of your body did you feel? Nothing special. It's okay. Xiao Yueling let out a sigh of relief and smiled at Xiao Qi. Don't worry, I didn't go wrong. That's good. Xiao Qi nodded. I told him not to, but he insisted. The martial arts of the Tempest Temple are not easy to cultivate. Xiao Yueling smiled. The sentient menace is not bad. Unfortunately, it can only be cultivated by those with a deep understanding of Buddhism. She looked at Chu Li. How many levels do you have in their secret manual? 36 movements, Chu Li said. 6 levels. Actually, the sentient menace has a total of 9 levels, Xiao Yueling said. Rumor has it that if you cultivate it to the highest level, you'll become indestructible and become a Buddha. That's why it's also a supreme Dharma. Don't underestimate it. You can give it a try. 9 levels. Chu Li seemed to have understood something. After cultivating it for a while, he felt that it was lacking something. He felt unhappy whenever he cultivated it, but he could not figure out what it was. It turned out that he was missing 3 levels. You're in luck. Xiao Yueling smiled. I have the entire sentient menace manual here. You could try cultivating it. If you feel restless and want to kill from time to time, then stop. Yes. Chuli gave a fist salute and said, "You've had your tea. It's time to move around. Shao-Chi, let me see how much you've improved." Xiao Yueling stood up and swung her white jade horsetail whisk. The soft strands hit the coffee table, and the coffee table slid 2 feet away. It stopped at a corner of the basilica and cleared out an empty space. Clang! Shao-Chi drew her sword and stabbed it. Xiao Yueling swung her horsetail whisk as if she was controlling her own arm. The softness was pervasive and flexible like a snake. Shao-Chi's sword flashed like snow. A gentle stab would produce a chi-chi sound. Her speed was as fast as lightning. Chuli sighed as he watched. Such a sword technique was truly amazing. If he were to fight her, he might not be able to win even with the help of the omniscient mirror. It seemed that he could not be satisfied with the delusion split. He needed to find another fast sword technique. The horsetail whisk and the long sword intertwined. It was as if the sky was filled with the horsetail whisk's filaments. The sword flashed like an electric snake, swimming between the filaments. It became more and more difficult until it was finally entangled by the filaments. The horsetail whisk twisted and dragged, and the long sword flew out of his hand. Shao-Chi leaped into the air and caught it. She landed gently. "Not bad. You've indeed improved." Xiao Yueling nodded in satisfaction and smiled. "Come back next time when you've perfected your innate mastery." "All right." Shao-Chi nodded and sheathed her sword. Xiao Yueling waved her hand. "Go. And I'm leaving." Shao-Chi gave a fist salute. Ashu brought over a wooden box and passed it to Chuli. Chuli took it and gave Xiao Yueling a fist salute to thank her. Xiao Yueling smiled. "Remember to use the Buddhist base as your foundation. If you have any questions, find the answers in the Buddhist scriptures." "Yes." Chuli opened the wooden box and took out a yellowed silk book. It was made of a strange material. It was neither cloth nor paper. He touched it carefully and found that it was tough and fine. He flipped through it, closed his eyes for a moment, and flipped through it again. Then he put it back into the wooden box, closed the lid, and returned it to Ashu. Ashu looked at him in surprise. Xiao Yueling said, "Ashu, put it back. Have a safe journey. I won't be seeing you out. And I'll be leaving now." Shao-Chi bowed, turned around, and walked out of the temple. The 3 of them left the temple. 20 protectors had already surrounded the temple. When they saw them, they retracted their formation and escorted Shao-Chi down the mountain. Chuli turned his head to look as he flew past the treetops. He could no longer see the temple. Shao-Chi came and went in a hurry. She did not drag her feet. She took a look and left as if she was indifferent. However, he knew that Shao-Chi had a deep relationship with Xiao Yueling. She was her spiritual pillar. She only needed to take a look to be at ease, and she could handle the affairs of the public house without any distractions. Chu Li's mind was surging with 72 formulas. The first 6 levels had a total of 36 postures. The last 3 levels also had 36 postures. They were even more complicated and difficult to cultivate. He was curious. Could one become a Buddha with an indestructible body? After descending the mountain, they found their horses. After half a day, they arrived at a forest. Suru whispered, "It's here." Chuli nodded slowly. Suru raised her voice. "All right, everyone, let's take a break." The protectors felt strange, but they did not think much of it. They stopped their horses and began to scout the surroundings. Hey. Chapter 45. Sura glanced at Chu Li, who nodded knowingly. The 2 of them left Shao-Chi and went into the woods. Chu Li saw the black tree. It looked no different from pine tree. At first glance, one would think that the pine tree was old and had lost its vitality, so it was half green. When they arrived in front of the black tree, Suru pointed. "How is it?" Chu Li smiled. "Amazing. To be able to find the black tree in such a remote and uninhabited place. One could only say that the public house's power was unfathomable and awe-inspiring." Sura smiled. "Send the picture you drew, and it will be found soon. Some protectors have a good memory. Lady Xiao likes exotic plants, so everyone will pay attention when they go out." Shao-Chi liked exotic plants. If the public house did not have any, the protectors would be rewarded if they found them. The reward was not heavy, but it was more important than money to please Lady Xiao. Can it be transplanted? Suru asked. Chu Li had already started digging. He activated the sentient menace. His skin glowed with a pale golden light, especially his palms, as if they were coated with gold powder. When he slapped his palms, the soil was soft like tofu, and he dug quickly. Suru tried to help with her sword, but was blocked by Chu Li. The roots of the black tree were delicate, and if he was not careful, it would be damaged and affect its growth. Suru could only watch from aside. He was like a golden man, and as he dug faster, the golden light on his body became brighter, as if his inner energy was getting stronger. She was speechless. After an hour, Chu Li dug out the roots of the black tree and slowly pushed it down. He then dug out a pine tree next to it. It was old and strong, a real pine tree. It looked very similar to the black tree, and he dug it out together to pass it off as the real one. Don't we need to transport the soil back? Suru asked. When transplanting the two trees earlier, the soil at the roots was removed together, so that the roots were completely covered by the soil and not exposed to the air. That's good, let's go. I'll arrange it immediately. Suru fluttered away. She quickly returned with two middle-aged protectors. Without saying a word, one of them carried the black tree, and the other carried the pine tree. Both trees were as thick as a thigh and 2 meters tall. Be careful, don't hurt them, Suru said. They are more delicate than humans. Don't worry, Chief Su. We'll take care of it like a beauty. A middle-aged guard said with a smile. Suru rolled her eyes at him. Uncle Chong, sooner or later you'll die on a woman's belly. The middle-aged guard laughed and said, That's great. This is my favorite way to die. Suru glared at him in annoyance and slowly walked back. Xiaoqi was sitting on a rock reading a book. When she saw them return, she put down the book. Are you done? Yes. Let's go then. Xiaoqi put her book away. Everyone got up and left the forest. They leaped onto their horses and galloped out of the forest. Chu Li glanced behind him. 2 protectors were carrying a tree and following closely behind him. They were as fast as a galloping horse. An innate master's inner energy was endless and could last for a long time. In the evening, they found a forest to rest and prepare to spend the night. Chu Li arrived in front of the dark green tree and placed his palm on it to sense it. Its life force was very weak. It was too delicate and would quickly wither away once it left its original place of longevity. He channeled the pure spiritual energy of the surrounding trees into it, replenishing its vitality. With the nourishment of Chu Li's spiritual energy, it quickly became vigorous and regained its energy. Xiaoqi and Suru followed him, so that he was protected by the protectors. With the threat of the Tempest Temple, they dared not let their guard down and did not give the Tempest Temple a chance to attack. In the middle of the night, Chu Li suddenly opened his eyes and activated the omniscient mirror. The surrounding 3 miles appeared in his mind. The darkness of the night did not hinder his omniscient mirror. Chu Li suddenly pursed his lips and let out a long whistle. The sound was so loud that the whole forest was awakened. Chu Li shouted, Someone's here. The 2 protectors on duty were not asleep. They heard the whistle and looked at Chu Li. Chu Li pointed. There's someone coming from that direction. They're fast. In just a few sentences, all the protectors had woken up. They drew their swords and knives and shrank their formation to protect Chu Li and the others. Xiaoqi and Suru had also woken up. They looked calm, and the protectors did not panic. Chu Li pointed in the opposite direction. There's another group of people there. Listen to him, Xiaoqi said. The protectors adjusted their formation and increased the number of people in both directions. Suru looked at Chu Li curiously. Chu Li frowned. Intuition. My intuition has always been accurate. Suru pouted and rolled her eyes at him. No matter how accurate his intuition was, it was not as if he had seen it with his own eyes. If he was not confident, he would not have said it. The moonlight shone on the forest like water. For the people present, the light that leaked through the gaps of the leaves was enough to see everything clearly. A group of people appeared in both the east and west directions. Both groups of people were dressed in black, and their faces were covered with black scarves. The other group of people even wrapped their heads, only revealing pairs of sharp eyes. Chuli knew at a glance that the people with wrapped heads were monks. They were monks from the Tempest Temple. When the two groups of people got close, they immediately rushed over without saying a word. The protectors also did not say a word. The three groups of people were fighting as if they were mute. The four Grandmaster Protectors stood beside Xiao Qi and did not participate in the battle. The 16 innate masters were divided into two groups to fight the two groups of people. Chuli did not know the identity of the other group of people. There were a total of 8 disciples from the Tempest Temple, while the other group had 20 people with strong martial arts. The protectors were immediately suppressed, and their defense could be broken at any time. However, the protectors were extremely tenacious and did not collapse. Instead, they maintained their strength to fight back. They cooperated well and helped each other to reduce the pressure on the other side. Chuli looked at the 4 elders. They were indifferent. With the omniscient mirror, he knew that they would not simply attack. Even if the protectors were injured or killed, they would not attack as long as it was not a threat to the lady. Oomph. Suddenly, there was a muffled sound. Chuli saw Protector Chong, who was joking with Suru, fall to the ground with his hand on his chest. His heart was stabbed by a sword. Chuli's face darkened. Although it was not a disciple of the Tempest Temple, it was another group of people who did it. However, if it was not a disciple of the Tempest Temple, the protectors would not have been so passive. He suddenly swung his right hand, and a cold light flashed. A masked man in black covered his throat and fell backward. Bam! He fell to the ground. Chuli swung his right hand continuously, and a cold light shot out. Each cold light flashed, and a masked man in black fell. In the blink of an eye, 10 people had fallen. The situation was instantly reversed. In just 4 to 5 breaths, 10 people had fallen. Everyone in the forest had their eyes on Chuli. Chuli held a flying knife in his right hand and looked at the crowd coldly. His eyes were shining. Under the moonlight, he looked like a god of death. Retreat! Someone shouted. The two groups of people retreated like the tide and disappeared into the depths of the forest in the blink of an eye. The protectors stayed alert. A pill was stuffed into Protector Chang's mouth. Soon, Protector Chong sat up while coughing. Chuli's eyes widened and looked at Suru in surprise. Chapter 46. Suru pursed her lips and smiled. What are you looking at? Chuli pointed. Suru smiled. You think Uncle Chong is dead? Chuli nodded. Being stabbed in the heart was almost certain death. There was no way to reverse the situation. Uncle Chang's heart is on the right side. The left side has been stabbed many times. Suru shook her head and smiled. This saved his life many times. I didn't expect. Chuli laughed. Suru said, I've met 2 people like this. It's nothing. Xiao Qi looked at him. Is it the Eternity Blade? Chuli nodded. Xiao Qi stared at him carefully. The Eternity Blade was a technique that gathered all of one's inner force into one attack. It was extremely powerful, but it was a risky technique, so not many people learned it. Chuli was able to fly 10 blades, and each blade was powerful. He must have stimulated his potential and consumed a lot of energy. Chuli smiled. Fortunately, everyone is fine. An old man said in a deep voice, Little brother, you scared them away. Chuli smiled embarrassedly. After all, he was the one who caused this. If someone died, he would feel bad. They should be from the Ren public house, Xiao Qi said. You don't have to feel guilty. Chuli looked at Suru. Suru said, The Ren public house is our enemy, especially the lady of the Ren public house, Liu Yurong. She's the lady of the Ren public house, and she's the worst. The Ren public house. Chuli nodded and sighed to himself. He had made another enemy. Suru scoffed. We are enemies with the Ren public house. Don't be polite when you see them. Kill them. Understood. Chuli agreed and did not ask any more questions. It was not the time to ask questions. As a member of the E public house, he could only protect them. It did not matter if they were righteous or not. If they wanted to kill him, he could only kill them. It was the same for the Ren public house. They would not talk about righteousness with him. They would kill him on sight. Soon, the protectors cleaned up the mess and returned to Xiao Qi. They reported their losses. 3 were seriously injured, 4 lightly injured, and the rest were unharmed. Only 9 sharp, emerald-tipped swords were left. They gave the swords to Chu Li as they were his spoils of war. These emerald-tipped swords were all extraordinary items. One of them could be sold for 100 taels, which was equivalent to a small residence. Chu Li hurriedly declined. They had fought so hard. How could he keep them? A middle-aged guard pushed his sword towards Chu Li. "Little Chu, if it weren't for you today, we would all be injured. This is the rule. We are not being polite to you." Suru said, "These are the rules. Chu Li, you don't have to be so courteous. Everyone, follow the rules." "All right then. I'll treat everyone to a drink in the future." Chu Li did not decline anymore. "That's right, that's more like it." The middle-aged guard laughed and said, "Don't worry, there's no shortage of wine. Everyone wants to treat you." All the protectors chuckled and looked at Chu Li strangely. Whenever they thought about how he could take someone's life with just a wave of his hand, they would feel an inexplicable chill down their spines. The dog that bites does not bark. Who would have thought that he was such a ruthless person? Xiao Qi said, "Don't tell anyone about what happened today, especially Chu Li's martial arts." Yes. Everyone nodded. They knew that they wanted to use Chu Li as a surprise weapon. He did not look like he cultivated martial arts, so he was indeed suitable to be a surprise weapon. Xiao Qi was deep in thought. Chu Li could see the enemy in advance. It was very likely that the cultivation of Buddhism had made his 5 senses more sensitive than ordinary people. It would be much easier to have him by their side when they were out. The rest of the journey was smooth. The people from the Tempest Temple and the Ren Public House seemed to be scared and retreated. They arrived at the E Public House in the evening. Chu Li went straight back to the courtyard on the Jade Guardian Island. Xueling made a table full of delicious dishes and served some good wine. Chu Li ate to his heart's content. In the middle of the night, Chu Li practiced his swordsmanship in the courtyard. His sword flashed like lightning. He rummaged through his mind and found the light chasing shadow sword technique. He wanted to see if he could block Xiao Qi's fast sword. When he performed the technique, the sword flashed like lightning, turning into a light curtain that enveloped him. He shook his head as he practiced. It was still not fast enough. Xueling stood at the side and watched. She secretly encouraged herself to work harder on her cultivation. Knock, knock. The courtyard door was knocked. Chu Li sheathed his sword, and Xueling went to open the door. Suru stood outside. She was as beautiful as jade under the moonlight. She looked into the courtyard. "Where's Chu Li?" "Chief." Chu Li appeared and closed fist saluted. Suru waved her hand. "All right, follow me." She turned and walked away. Chu Li and Xueling followed and went deep into the forest. There were 2 trees on the thick layer of dead leaves. Chu Li glanced at them and carried one into the courtyard. Suru pointed at the other tree and said to Xueling, "Plant this tree here." "Yes," Xueling replied. She felt that everyone was getting weirder tonight. They wanted to plant trees in the middle of the night. However, since the chief had spoken, she could only obey. She went into the courtyard to get the tools. She found that Chu Li had already planted the tree and was cultivating the soil. Suru did not care about the dirt and was also helping. Chu Li straightened his back and patted the spirit soil on his hands. He let out a sigh of relief and showed a satisfied smile. Suru smiled. "Can it survive?" "No problem." Chu Li smiled. "Now that it's all planted, we can plant the glories will tree tomorrow. I hope that the glories will tree can survive." Suru smiled. She had also looked up the information on the glories will tree. She knew that it was very difficult to survive. Moreover, Chu Li only had a dried-up root. It was even more difficult, and the chances were slim. Chu Li smiled. "Chief, just wait for the good news." "All right." Suru waved her hand and left. Xueling planted the tree and watered it. Chu Li had already returned to the house. Xueling pouted and looked up at the moon. It was midnight. It was time to cultivate. She first cultivated the 8 forms of crescent cryptic for half an hour. Then, she returned to the house and sat on the bed to circulate the crescent cryptic. Her inner energy rolled like pearls and swept away all her grievances. For the sake of the crescent cryptic, no matter how much he tortured her, she would accept it. The next morning, she woke up and quickly got up to cook. She saw Chu squatting in front of a dead branch, staring at it motionlessly. She consciously lightened her hands and feet and did not disturb him. She wanted to make a few good dishes to reward him. Chu stared at the branch of the Glories Will tree. His heart was filled with joy. Once the Glories Will tree was planted, it immediately connected with the breath of the three trees and absorbed the spiritual energy of the three trees. Chapter 47. He carefully sensed that the Glories Will tree was growing rapidly. Its roots slowly stretched out and spread in all directions. Eventually, it would connect with the three trees. Once its aura and roots were connected, the speed of immortality would be even faster. The three trees were planted in the southeast, southwest, and back corners of the courtyard, forming a triangle. The Glories Will tree was in the middle of the triangle, 12 meters away. Chu sensed the Glories Will tree. He estimated that it would only take 2 days for it to completely take root. With the help of the three trees' aura, it would grow faster than expected. It would sprout in 10 days. From the looks of it, it was still a withered branch with no signs of survival. Xueling occasionally glanced at the dead branch while carrying the dishes. She shook her head. She did not understand what Chu was doing. Planting trees was one thing, but sticking a dead branch in the ground and looking at it like it was a treasure. How strange. She served the dishes and placed them on the stone table in the pagoda. She came to Chu. "Master, it's time to eat." Chu waved his hand. He was sensing the Glories Will tree. Suddenly, he realized that it was not only absorbing the aura of the three trees, but also exhaling a trace of aura. This trace of aura was extremely pure, much purer than any kind of aura he had ever seen. It floated in the air and slowly spread. This trace of aura was different from the one in its body. However, when this aura spread and fell on the three trees, he could feel that their vitality had increased. He was immersed in it and did not know how much time had passed. After a quarter of an hour, Xueling looked at the pagoda and whispered, "Master, the dishes are getting cold." Chu turned his head and stared at her. She did not want to be outdone. Her round eyes did not even blink. "You?" Chu sighed and shook his head helplessly. He got up and dusted his hands. Xueling quickly brought a basin over. He washed his hands and entered the pagoda. She sat down and picked up the jade chopsticks. "If you did not sleep enough, you can make up for it in the afternoon." "Yes." Xueling poured some water to wash his face. She entered the pagoda and quietly stood beside him. Her body exuded a light fragrance. Chu picked up a mouthful of food and suddenly took a sip of wine. He thought about the pure aura just now, and the aura of the Glories Will tree was much purer than his own inner energy. If he used its aura to cultivate, it would be much stronger than his own inner energy. He could even use the aura to purify his own inner energy. Thinking about this, he was in a good mood. He drank the white jade cup in one gulp. Xueling held up the jar and filled his cup. "Yo, you're eating." Suru pushed the door open and entered. Her apricot yellow gown fluttered in the wind as she walked to the pagoda. She glanced at the stone table and said, "It's quite sumptuous." Chu smiled. "Chief, have you eaten?" "I just finished eating, so I hurried over to take a look at the Glories Will tree." Suru waved her hand and walked to the withered branch of the Glories Will tree. She looked down and frowned. "Is it alive?" "He's already alive." Chu smiled. "You'll be able to tell tomorrow. There won't be any problems, right?" Sura looked at it carefully. No matter how she looked at it, it just looked like a withered branch. It didn't feel like it was alive. Chu put down the white jade cup and chopsticks and walked to her side. He smiled and said, "It's not that fast." "That's true." Suru laughed. She was too impatient. The matter of the Glories Will tree was of utmost importance. If it were to be revived, it would speed up the growth of a spiritual herb. The young mistress' cultivation speed would be even faster, and it would affect the status of the entire Jade Guardian Island. She got up and went to the gazebo. She waved her hand and said, "You eat." Chu returned to the gazebo and sat down. He continued to eat and drink. "Chief, there's something I don't understand." "There's something you don't know?" Suru smiled. Xueling walked out of the gazebo and quickly served tea. Suru took it and took a sip. "Speak," Chu Li said. "Is Aunt Co Ling young? Or does she look young because her cultivation level is high?" "She's Lady Co Ling's aunt. She's 10 years older than Lady Co Ling. Looks like she's successful in her cultivation," Chu Li said. Co Yueling looks similar to Shao Qi's age. Not only her appearance, but her temperament as well. "Yes, Aunt Co Ling is a genius in cultivation. She's not inferior to Lady Co Ling. May I know which faction she's from?" Suru rolled her eyes at him. "Why are you asking this? I know that Aunt Co Ling is in the Grandmaster's boundary. She can't reach it in the public house. She must have joined another faction, right? Looks like you know about cultivation." Suru nodded. "But this doesn't suit me. Anyway, this is a secret. It's better if you don't know about it." Chu Li looked at her curiously. Suru shook her head. "Since it's a secret, then it's not because of cultivation or a fortuitous encounter. Could it be that Aunt Co Ling joined a faction since she was young? To be able to reach the Grandmaster's boundary at such a young age, she must be from a famous faction. It can't be any other than the 4 major factions. The Tempest Temple and the Titanium Temple are impossible. The Green Deer Cliff and the Amethyst Mountain. Aunt Co Ling's Taoist robe must be from the Green Deer Cliff, right?" Suru rolled her eyes at him and scoffed. "You're so smart." Chu Li saw that she did not deny it and nodded thoughtfully. The public house and the sects of the martial arts world were natural enemies. The public house was used by the imperial household to suppress the sections. If they were to collude with each other, the imperial household would be furious and the public house would suffer. Chu Li frowned. He shook his head. This was not a good move. How could the imperial household not know that the public house would be suspected and even punished by the imperial household? It can't be helped. Suru sighed. Aunt Co Ling's personality is different from Lady Co Ling's. She was a maverick since she was young. At that time, the great ancestor spoiled her so much that no one could control her. She sneaked out of the public house and pretended to be a normal person. In the end, she was lucky enough to join the Green Deer Cliff. Chu Li shook his head. Shao Yueling's move was no different from putting the public house on fire. The great ancestor announced that Aunt Co Ling is dead. Suru sighed. It was a big deal. Aunt Co Ling had many suitors, including the eldest master of the Ren public house. And then, Suru sighed. Aunt Co Ling was originally called Xiao Mingwei. After joining the Green Deer Cliff, she changed her name to Shao Yueling and never changed it back. She never considered herself as a member of the public house and said that Xiao Mingwei is dead. Xiao Mingwei. Chu Li was deep in thought. The princess of the Ren public house is called Lu Yurong, right? After being assassinated by the Ren public house, he came back to learn about the Ren public house. He knew that the person who ordered the attack was Lu Yurong, the outstanding princess of the Ren public house. She was an extremely intelligent person. Suru said, Lu Yurong's father has nothing to do with Aunt Co Ling. Chu Li was doubtful. Suru rolled her eyes at him and scoffed. Why do you know about these things? It will only bring more harm than good. Chu Li smiled and drank the white jade cup in one gulp. Xueling held the wine jar and filled it for him. She put down the wine jar and stood behind him quietly. Suru sighed. Lu Yurong's father died young. Her brother took care of her. An elder brother is like a father. In the end, her brother was infatuated with Aunt Co Ling. When he heard that Aunt Co Ling died, he died of depression. Chu Li was stunned. At that time, the two public houses were not enemies. After the eldest master of the Ren public house died, they became enemies. Lu Yurong did not kill Aunt Co Ling. Lu Yurong only hated her, but she did not do anything. Later, the news of Aunt Co Ling's survival was leaked. That was when she started to take revenge. Aunt Co Ling was the person that her brother liked, and was also a victim. Lu Yurong felt that everything was the public house's fault. She announced the news of Aunt Co Ling's death to hide it from the public. It's understandable that she thought that way. Sigh. The two public houses became enemies. The hatred grew deeper and deeper. Suru shook her head. Under her management, The Rin public house became stronger and more aggressive. Now that you know, how do you feel? Chuli shook his head. He really had nothing to say. He finished his drink and put down the white jade cup. He pondered and said, "The imperial family also knows about Aunt Sio Ling, right? If the Rin public house knows, how can the imperial family not know?" Su Ru pouted. "That's why our public house was neglected. Otherwise, how could we be bullied by the Ren public house?" "What about Lady Sio Ling's mother?" Chuli asked. "She seems to be a disciple of Green Deer Cliff, right? You know about this too? Didn't Aunt Sio Ling call her junior sister?" "Yes. Madam is also a disciple of Green Deer Cliff." Chuli shook his head and smiled bitterly. If the imperial family was not afraid of the E public house, who was afraid of them? This is also a coincidence. Su Ru shook her head. Master hid his identity and traveled the martial arts world. He met Madam and fell in love at first sight. What happened after that? Chuli frowned. Did she marry into the public house? No, Su Ru said helplessly. After Madam found out about Master's identity, she took the initiative to leave. At that time, she was pregnant and died, giving birth to Lady Sio Ling. Lady Sio Ling was brought back to the public house and raised by the great ancestor. Chuli sighed. As soon as he heard this, he could guess Shao Qi's situation. It was very likely that her father did not like her. The great ancestor had passed away for many years. She must have had a hard time. Fortunately, the two masters and second lady have a close relationship with Lady Sio Ling. Su Ru smiled. Lady Sio Ling is considered lucky. Yes. Chuli nodded. The rule of this world was that the eldest son would inherit the public house. Master Sio Ling did not have the right to inherit, let alone Lady Sio Ling. Moreover, there was still second lady above him. Shao Qi was the third lady. Chu Li's circle of activity was very limited. He had not seen Master Sio Ling, Master Sio Ling, and second Lady Sio Ling. He only heard rumors about them. Master Sio Taiying was wise and powerful. The High Duke was in isolated cultivation. Everything in the public house was controlled by Master Sio Ling. He was the head of the public house. Master Sio Baiha was very talented. He did not care about worldly affairs and only practiced martial arts. It was said that he had left the public house to travel. All the disciples of the public house wanted to explore the martial arts world. To be enemies with the martial arts world, one must fully understand it. Second Lady Sio sure did not know martial arts, but she was unusually beautiful. She was known as the first beauty of the Great Ji dynasty. Unfortunately, she rarely left the island of Symphony. Even if she did, she would cover her face with a white veil. Third Lady Sio Qi was very intelligent. She helped Master Sio Ling with the public house's affairs. She was a good assistant. Then, the martial arts that Lady Sio Ling cultivated is not the martial arts of the Green Deer Cliff. Of course not. Su Ru shook her head. It is an ancient martial art that Madame Sio Ling obtained from a fortuitous encounter. However, it is very difficult to cultivate. If it were not for the Andromeda, Lady Sio Ling would still be struggling. With the Andromeda, things would be much better. Chuli nodded thoughtfully. Su Ru rolled her eyes at him. You are so curious. You can't do that. Chuli smiled. Knowing this, I can do things freely. My head is in a fog. I can't think clearly, and I can't use my hands and feet. It is better to let these rot in your stomach. Su Ru turned and glared at Xue Ling. Xue Ling quickly took a step back. Chuli smiled. What other spirit herbs do Lady Sio Ling want to plant? There are a few other herbs. They are difficult to plant and grow very slowly. Su Ru said, I am preparing the seeds. They will be sent over in a few days. Chuli nodded. How is your cultivation of the sentient menace? Progress is slow. Chuli shook his head. I think there is a problem with the cultivation method. I need to change it. Chapter 48. Chuli sent Su Ru to the entrance of the courtyard. When he returned, the dishes had been removed, leaving only 2 cold dishes to go with wine. Xue was reheating the dishes. He shook his head and smiled. This Xue was cold and arrogant, but her way of doing things was impeccable. He could only adapt to it. After a while, Xue served the dishes again. The aroma filled his nostrils. Chuli put down the white jade cup and started eating. As he ate, he thought about the sentient menace. After Shui washed the dishes and returned to his side, Chuli suddenly asked, Shui, do you know Buddhism? No. Shui shook her head. Then can you read? Of course. Can you read Buddhist scriptures? Should be okay. Shui nodded. Master, I don't believe in Buddhism. Since her father was assassinated, she stopped believing in Buddhism. Her mother was a Buddhist and worshipped Buddha at home, chanting and burning incense every day. She did not look at it and was too lazy to care. If Buddha was so powerful, he would not let a good man like her father die a violent death. Karma and retribution were all nonsense. Chuli said, Go give me a diamond scripture. Yes. Although Shui was confused, she did not ask further. In this world, martial arts were flourishing. Buddhism was flourishing too, suppressing Taoism. The martial arts of Green Deer Cliff were mysterious and unpredictable, and the Tempest Temple was even more famous. Buddhism was flourishing and there were many believers. It was easy to get a diamond scripture. She left the courtyard and walked around the Jade Guardian Island before returning with a copy. She came to the pagoda and held it with both hands. Chuli took it and glanced at it. He nodded. This was the most common diamond scripture. He passed it to Shui. Take it and read it to me. Shui looked at him, took the diamond scripture, and began to read. As I heard, Chuli listened quietly. She read fluently, not too fast or too slow. Her voice was crisp and pleasant. It was a pleasure to listen. After she finished reading, Chuli smiled, not bad. Shui looked at him, confused. She did not know what he was up to. Shui, when I cultivate later, you can read Buddhist scriptures. I won't disturb Master's cultivation. Just recite it. Shui nodded lightly. Chuli smiled. Go and prepare some spirit herbs to soothe your throat and brew them into tea. Otherwise, your throat won't be able to take it. Yes. Shui Ling stood up and left to look for some spirit herbs to soothe her throat. Half an hour later, she returned with a small bag of spiritual herbs and boiled some tea. After a while, the tea was ready and the spiritual herbs were soaked in it. Young master, shall we begin? Begin, Chuli said. He got up and walked out of the gazebo. He went to the bottom of the stairs and started to practice the sentient menace. He walked through the 72 forms of the sentient menace while Shui chanted Buddhist scriptures beside him. Her voice was calm and calm, neither too fast nor too slow. She had never read Buddhist scriptures before, but she had heard them from her mother. She could read them very well. She wasn't in a hurry because it wasn't a matter of how many times she read it. She knew that once he started cultivating, he would spend half a day reading. Thus, there was no need to rush, and she could read it slowly. She read and memorized at the same time. She stared at the book until her eyes were tired. In order to reduce her fatigue, it was best to memorize it. The Buddhist scriptures lingered, and Chu Li's state of mind changed accordingly. It was as if he was in a Taoist temple. His heart became calm and in harmony with the diamond scripture. There was no human form, no self-form, no immortal form. His spirit separated from his body and completely integrated into the meaning of the diamond scripture. Without the concept of time, without the restraint of space, he was free and empty. Everything in the world had fallen off and disappeared. Only a little bit of spirituality remained. He subconsciously cultivated the sentient menace. When he woke up, he saw that Shui Ling was quietly looking at him. She had already stopped chanting the diamond scripture. What's wrong? Chuli looked at her with a strange expression. Shui Ling pointed at the sky. Master, look at the sky. Chuli took a look and saw that the sun was setting in the west and twilight was rising. It was the time when the lanterns were first lit. He was distracted for a moment and a day had passed. Shui Ling said, Master, you have been cultivating. I didn't dare to disturb you. Chuli nodded. You did the right thing. His body was full of energy. He did not feel tired at all. Instead, he became more vigorous. It was as if he could punch a hole in the sky. Today's cultivation progress was extremely fast. It was much better than a few days of cultivation in the past. It seemed that he had found the right method. The Buddhist Dharma and martial arts were combined. The spirit and the body were separated. The spirit and the Buddhist Dharma were in harmony. The body cultivated the sentient menace. He did not know if the disciples of the Tempest Temple cultivated this way. However, it required a strong spirit, a deep understanding of the essence of the Buddhist Dharma, and a profound meditation. Few people could achieve this. Ling quickly said, "Master, let me heat up the dishes again." She quickly ran away and heated up the dishes in the kitchen. Her mind kept replaying the scene of him cultivating. It was very strange. It was as if his spirit had left his body and disappeared from the world, leaving only an empty shell. Li was extremely hungry. He ate all 10 dishes like a tornado and drank a jar of wine. He then let out a long sigh. "Master, do you want to continue tomorrow?" Ling asked as she put down the jar. "Continue at night. How's your throat?" "No problem," Ling said. The spirit medicine she brewed was very effective. It moisturized his throat. In addition, she had reserved her strength, so it was not strenuous. Li looked at her. Although he was angry, he did not hesitate to agree. This was not bad. He felt the glory's will again. It was still weak now, so he could not use its spiritual energy. After the day after tomorrow, he would use the spiritual energy of the glories to cultivate the sentient menace and see how it worked. After eating, Li walked around for a while and continued to cultivate. Ling began to chant. She had already memorized it. Her voice was crisp and sweet, and it was neither fast nor slow. Li quickly entered a meditative state again. He was in harmony with the diamond scripture. Only a little spirituality directed his body to cultivate the sentient menace. Ling saw his eyes gradually become empty. She knew that he was daydreaming again. It was amazing that he could still cultivate under such circumstances. She suddenly became interested in the diamond scripture. Before, he did not have the diamond scripture, but after chanting it, he did not do this. It was obviously because of the diamond scripture. Could it be that the diamond scripture really had an incredible power? Thinking about this, she shook her head. Her mother had been chanting the diamond scripture for half her life, but she did not find any divine power. Even her personality did not change. She always liked to nag, although she felt that it did not matter whether she read it or not. Li should not be able to hear it. She did not slack off and continued to chant. The bright moon was like a wheel, emitting a soft silver light in the sky. The lights in the pagoda were not lit, but the moonlight was enough to see clearly. Under the moonlight, Li's body faintly emitted a golden light. It was very strange, especially his palms. The golden light was even brighter, as if his hands are made of gold. Li cultivated until midnight. When he woke up, he asked Ling to make another meal for supper. After cultivating for a while, it consumed a lot of spiritual energy. The cultivation of the sentient menace not only consumed inner energy, but also spiritual energy from the 5 grains. Ling made a table full of dishes. She rejected Li's advice and did not sit down to eat. Li did not stand on ceremony and swept the dishes on the table. Ling looked up at the night sky. She got up and left the pagoda to practice the 8 forms of crescent cryptic. Li looked for a while and shook his head. "Ling, you are still not gentle enough." Ling stopped and looked at him helplessly. She felt that she was soft enough, soft like a baby. She did not need to use any force, and the results of her cultivation were excellent. After practicing the 8 forms of crescent crypt, her inner energy was surging, and her advancement was a few times faster. Li said, "Go read some scriptures. It will be beneficial." "Yes." Ling nodded. Li thought for a while and stood up. "Fine, I'll help you again." He picked up the long sword hanging on the vermilion pillar in the pagoda, unsheathed it, put it down, and took the scabbard to Shui. "Start cultivating." Ling looked at the scabbard and started cultivating again. Bang! Li suddenly raised his hand, and the scabbard hit her slender waist, making a muffled sound. Ling moaned, and a strange heat flowed from her waist. Her body felt like it was soaked in hot water and instantly relaxed. Her whole movement changed. Li said, "Remember this feeling." Shuai Ling blushed. The feeling just now was too strange. She quickly pulled herself together and tried to grasp this feeling. Chu Li shook his head. Don't be too attentive. It's not a good habit of yours. You have to let nature take its course. If you become too attentive and nervous, you'll be finished, he said as he raised his hand again, and the scabbard hit her shoulder. Shuai Ling's movement became gentle again, and another heat flowed into her body. She felt it a little. Her movements were lazy, and she did not use any strength at all. Chu Li hit her buttocks again at the position of the tail. She suddenly blushed and tried her best to hold back her fart because a heat flowed through her body. She could not help but want to expel the foul air, but it was too indecent. She tried her best to hold it back, and her face turned red. She was shy and beautiful. Chu Li smiled and did not say much. He kept the scabbard and returned to the pagoda. Then, he went into the house. Take your time cultivating. I'm going to sleep. Hey. Chapter 49. The next morning, when Shuai Ling woke up, the sky was already bright. She quickly got up and pushed the door open to enter the courtyard. Chu Li was already practicing his swordsmanship in the courtyard. His sword was like lightning, extremely fast, yet silent. There was no chi-chi sound when he pierced through the air. If it was a sneak attack, it would be impossible to guard against. When she saw Chu Li, she felt a little awkward. She blushed and quickly went into the kitchen. Last night, his progress in cultivating the crescent formula was even faster. The effects of the crescent formula's 8 forms were much stronger than before. The guidance of a wise master was really too important. He only used the scabbard to knock himself 3 times, and the effects of the crescent formula's 8 forms were almost twice as strong. Chu Li watched as she lowered her head and hurried into the kitchen without stopping her sword. He laughed to himself. The door to the small courtyard was opened. Suru, dressed in an apricot yellow gown, fluttered in. She sized up his swordplay and laughed. Such a fast sword. It's almost as fast as young ladies. Chu Li continued to wield his sword and smiled. Yes, Lady Zhao's sword is faster. It's far inferior. He was not being humble. He had only realized that once he had reached a certain speed, it would be extremely difficult to go any faster. No matter how hard he tried, he would not be able to go faster than Shao Qi. Of course, Suru smiled and said, the sword scripture that Lady Xiao practices is ancient and mysterious. What you see is the Taishang Hui sword. Speed is only one aspect of it. You can't see the more mysterious aspects. Normal sword techniques are useless against Lady Xiao. The grand intellectual sword. Chu Li suddenly sheathed his sword. The sword flashes that filled the sky suddenly dissipated. He returned the sword to its sheath in the pagoda and hung it on the vermilion pillar. The intellectual sword cuts through the threads of love. Is this what it means? Suru smiled and said, the supreme intellectual sword targets the flaws in one's heart. It has already surpassed the level of sword technique. Sai, these are all useless words. If you don't experience it yourself, it will be useless. Chu Li was deep in thought. Glory's tree should be alive today, right? Suru asked. She hadn't even eaten and wanted to come over to take a look. As she spoke, she walked to the front of the Glory's tree and examined it carefully. Chu Li reached out his hand and dug at the soft spirit soil, revealing the bottom of the withered branch. He pointed at the tender shoot that was as thin as a strand of hair. See, the little buds were green and exuberant, exuding vitality. Suru's eyes widened, and she smiled in surprise. He's really alive? Chu Li smiled. Congratulations. Sai, it's such a pity that this incident can't help you advance your rank. Suru shook her head and sighed. Lady Xiao will find a chance to compensate you. Chu Li waved his hand and smiled. It'll be too eye-catching if I upgrade it any further. Rank 6 had already made him the youngest rank 6. Any higher, and he would be stepping into the upper echelons, which would be too eye-catching. He understood that the technique that Xiao Yueling had bestowed upon him was his mistress' compensation. After all, the sentient menace was the most powerful technique in the Tempest Temple. Its value was immeasurable. The contribution he had made was far from the value of the sentient menace. It was more like raising the glories will tree and cultivating a few more types of spirit herbs. It's good that you think that way. Suru nodded. Don't worry, Lady Xiao won't mistreat you. Chu Li smiled and said, I'm already very happy to be able to share the lady's worries. Suru rolled her eyes at him. Cut it out. She could tell from Chu Li's character that he was not the selfless type. He had his own ambitions, and it was impossible for someone as intelligent as him to not have ambitions. Lady Xiao was wise, so she was not afraid of ambitious people. Chu Li asked, Have you gotten the spirit herb seeds? You can plant them now. In 2 days, Suru said and waved her hand. I'll go back and get them as soon as possible. After Suru left, Chu Li continued to cultivate the sentient menace. Shui chanted while he tried to move the spiritual energy of the glories will tree. It was already alive, and the spiritual energy was usable. As soon as he started cultivating the sentient menace, the life and death scripture automatically activated, and the spiritual energy of the glories will tree flowed into his body. The spiritual energy was extremely pure. As soon as it entered his body, it followed the route of the sentient menace. Soon, his muscles could feel it. If the spiritual energy that he received before was like water, then the spiritual energy of the glories will tree was like mercury. After cultivating for half the morning, Chu Li felt that he had reached his limit. His muscles were swollen and numb. He could not cultivate anymore, or else it would only bring more harm than good. He stopped and pondered. He was not talented enough, and his muscles were not strong enough to withstand the sentient menace. He needed to extend the cultivation time and strengthen his muscles first. He searched in his mind and found an ancient formula. It was an ancient formula for medicinal baths. This formula was very effective, but because the spirit herb was hard to find, it was slowly abandoned and lost. The most important spirit herb, the raven grass, grew slowly and was delicate and hard to grow. Moreover, it was not considered a spirit herb, so it had almost no medicinal value. However, this ancient formula could not be done without it. Xueling, I'll write a formula. You can go to the chief to get the medicine. Chu Li stopped cultivating and came to the main hall. He sat in front of the dark purple table. Shui ground the ink for him. Chu Li wrote down a formula and passed it to Shui. If the raven grass is not available, ask the chief if he can get it. If not, get its seed. He took another piece of paper and sketched a spirit herb with a few simple strokes. It was clear and lifelike. Xueling nodded. She lifted the paper and blew on it. When the ink was dry, she took it away. After half an hour, Xueling came back with a bag. Master, there is no raven grass in the warehouse. There are no seeds either. The chief said he will find a way to find it. Chu Li nodded. Without the raven grass, these spirit herbs were useless. The spirit herbs in this formula were not expensive. They were all rank 9 spirit herbs. He could afford it. Chu Li sat in the pagoda and thought for a while. He got up and picked up a wooden stick from the corner of the wall. Xueling, hit me with this. Xueling looked at him. Chu Li smiled. If there's a chance, don't let it go. I didn't. Xueling was embarrassed. Why would I hit you, master? To cultivate, Chu Li said. How heavy do you want? Xueling took the wooden stick. The wooden stick was as thick as a baby's arm. It was made of pine wood. It was not very strong, but no matter how weak it was, it would still hurt if it hit the body. Use half of your strength first, Chu Li said. Try it. Come on, I'll hit you. Xueling raised the stick. Less. Gather. Guan GMO. Back. Ho. Ho Huan Jimo's cherry bones. Stand tall, bang. The stick hit his back, making a muffled sound. Chu Li felt the stick hitting his muscles. He nodded. Very good. Use more strength. Bang. Okay, use more strength. Bang. More strength. Bang. More strength. Master, I'll use all my strength. That's it, come on. Bang. 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 Xueling swung the stick more than 20 times in one breath. She used all her strength with each hit. The frustration from the past few days was gone. She smiled. Crack. The long stick broke. Xueling looked at the broken stick and shook her head. She was panting. This pine wood stick was stronger than she thought. Chu Li closed his eyes and used the omniscient mirror to observe. When his muscles were hit, the inner energy of the sentient menace rebounded. It circulated faster, and the efficiency was faster than usual. The effect was not bad. "Go get more sticks," Chuli said. Chapter 50. These 10 rods were all destroyed in one day. Some of the 10 rods were hard, some were soft, but none of them could escape the fate of breaking. Xueling was exhausted. When she was cooking, her hands kept trembling. When she was carrying the dishes, the bowls and chopsticks seemed like they would fall to the ground at any time. When she was pouring wine for him, it was very strenuous. Chuli, on the other hand, felt refreshed. One day of cultivation was equivalent to 3 days of cultivation. It seemed that the cultivation of the sentient menace required external assistance. One of the difficulties was maintaining one's state of mind. When he was hit, he could focus on the feeling of his muscles and immerse his mind in the Buddhist scriptures. Only then could he truly cultivate. If his mind was not stable, it would only ruin things. The cultivation of the sentient menace did not allow for even the slightest bit of dissatisfaction. Once the heart was filled with fire, the skill would not be pure, and the more he cultivated, the worse it would become. The next morning, after Chuli had his breakfast, he took a lazy stroll in the pagoda. He instructed Xueling to get some more wooden sticks and to go to the martial arts field to get some sturdy ones. Xue looked at him helplessly. "Master, I can't use my hands anymore." Chuli looked at her hands. She stretched out her palms. They were white and flawless, delicate and smooth. It was a very beautiful pair of jade-like hands. One could not tell that she had done any rough work. Chuli raised his palms and gestured for Xue to place her palms on his palms. Xueling hesitated for a moment. She looked at him and pressed her palms against his. As their palms met, she felt a gush of hot air enveloping her palms. From her wrists, forearms, elbows, upper arms, shoulders, chest, and then down to the soles of her feet, her whole body was soaked in hot air, making her feel soft and comfortable. Chuli withdrew his palms. "How is it?" Xueling waved her hands in surprise. "What kind of martial arts is this?" She felt as if she had soaked in a hot bath. Her exhaustion disappeared, and the soreness in her muscles disappeared. She was filled with strength again. "The sentient menace," Chuli said. "Is it useful?" "It is indeed magical," Xueling exclaimed. She steered the boat and left the Jade Guardian Island. She went to the martial arts hall and brought back 20 rods. They were all as thick as a wrist, sturdy and fine, gleaming with oil. Chuli was very satisfied. These were much sturdier. Under the beating of the wooden stick, he practiced for the whole morning. Xueling was sweating profusely. She had the crescent cryptic to protect her body, but wielding the wooden stick required physical strength. Women were born with weak physical strength, so it was impressive that she could hold on for an entire morning. She had learned her lesson this time. After swinging one stick 3 times, she would immediately switch to another one, allowing them to catch their breath. Sure enough, the sticks were much more durable. Even so, 3 sticks were broken, and another piece of Chuli's clothes was torn. First, it was her back, then her chest, then her thighs, her arms, and her entire body, avoiding her head. On the morning of the 3rd day, Chuli had finished his breakfast and was just about to begin his cultivation when Suru arrived with the seeds of the raven grass. Suru had changed into a light green gown today, looking especially refreshing and pleasant. After Suru came in, she waved her hand, indicating for them to continue and stand aside to watch. Xue waved the wooden stick around and hit Chuli's back. Bam bam, she maintained a rhythm. Chuli slowly practiced the 72 forms, unaffected by the wooden stick. He was calm and focused, which made Suru speechless. "Where did you come up with this?" Suru shook her head and laughed. "It's not the kind of external martial art that is practiced horizontally." "Will your method work?" Chuli said, "It seems to work so far." "All right, up to you." Suru came to the pagoda and placed a few small pouches on the table. She raised her voice and asked, "What do you want the seeds of the raven grass for? And those spirit herbs, you don't even know how to refine pills." "Other than the seeds of the raven grass, there are 5 other spirit herbs. See if you can grow them." While Chuli was cultivating, he explained his thoughts to them. Suru suddenly understood. You want to take a medicinal bath? Lady Xiao has a prescription. You can try it. Chuli shook his head. Lady Xiao's prescription must be very expensive. I can't afford it. It's really expensive. Suru nodded. They were all precious spirit herbs. Normal people would not be able to afford it. But you're a rich man. You can afford it. Chuli said, I'll try this first. All right, it's not expensive anyway. Only the raven grass is hard to get. You can grow it yourself. She came to the front of the Gloriesville tree and squatted down to take a look. She found the bud and smiled. When will it grow? In a year. Chuli said, with the help of the 3 trees, it will grow very quickly. I really want to see how it will look like when it grows up. Suru smiled. All right, I have good news for you. Zhuo Feiyang has come out of isolation. Chuli could not help but laugh. Chief, this is not good news. You should have something to do too. Suru rolled her eyes at him and scoffed. Look at you, living such a comfortable life. You even have beauties to serve you. Chuli muttered. He has reached the innate mastery level. Suru smiled and said, he is indeed a martial arts genius. The morning sun was bright and beautiful, just like Zhuo Feiyang's mood. He wore a green robe and stood at the bow of the boat with his hands behind his back. The breeze from the lake was cool and refreshing. His isolation this time was fruitful. He had stepped into the innate mastery level in one go. He was shocked by himself. He did not expect his talent to be so good and his luck to be so good. His shattered confidence was suddenly revived, and he was even better than before. Thinking back to the fight with Chu Li, he did not rush out of isolation and cultivated another antique study, the burning blood and body technique. It was a top-notch secret technique that could stimulate one's potential. Once this secret technique was used, all the energy in the body would be ignited, and it would be performed 3 times, increasing the strength of his martial arts by several times. Once this secret technique was used, even Tu Chu Li would be beaten to a pulp. This time, he must teach Chu Li a lesson, and he would not stop until he was crying for his parents. He must let him know who was stronger. The boat slowly came to the front of the martial arts hall, and he floated onto the shore. Baijija stopped the boat and looked at his back with anticipation. If he could not avenge himself this time, the master would become a joke, and, as a scribe, he would not be able to hold his head up high. Zhuo Feiyang held his head high, and he stepped in the martial arts field in high spirits. He quickly found Zhao Ying. Zhao Ying was practicing her swordsmanship by herself. Her swordsmanship was elegant and flexible, like a swallow flying on the lake. It was pleasing to the eye. He strode forward, pulled out his sword, and stepped into the circle. He laughed. Sister Zhao, watch my sword. As he said that, he thrust his sword forward, and it was extremely fast. Brother Zhao Ying did not expect Zhuo Feiyang to suddenly appear, and she subconsciously met him head-on. She used the swallow sword technique, and the 2 swords clashed. Her long sword almost fell out of her hand, and her eyes widened in surprise. His inner energy was passing the innate mastery level. Fortunately, she had experience in dealing with innate masters. Back then, she had sparred with Chu Li many times and suffered a lot. Now it was showing its effects. The swallow sword technique was becoming more agile, and it did not collide with his sword, but instead found an opening and entered without a trace. Chapter 51. As he thought of this, he stared at Zhao Ying. The woman he loved deeply had become his humiliation. He needed to defeat her before he could truly stand up and regain his dignity as a man. He took a deep breath and made up his mind. Suddenly, he took a step back and jumped out of the ring. Sister Zhao, I'm serious now. Zhao Ying sheathed her sword. Brother Zhuo, let's stop here. I'm no match for you. I can't believe you've really entered the innate mastery level. Sister Zhao, you haven't lost, Zhuo Feiyang said in a low voice. Your swallow blade technique is very advanced. Come, let me see how strong you are. As he said this, he activated the burning blood technique. Suddenly, the blood in his body started boiling. It was as if his blood had turned into kerosene and was ignited. His body was burning so hot that he wanted to jump into the lake. But with the heat came a surge of power, an endless amount of power. His eyes were red, and every muscle in his body seemed to be jumping. He wanted to fight to the death and spill blood on the spot. Swoosh! He thrust his sword forward, and a whistling sound was heard. Zhaoying took a step sideways and dodged the attack. She was shocked. She did not expect him to suddenly become so fast. His eyes were bloodshot, and he looked terrifying. It was as if he wanted to eat her. Out of instinct to protect herself, she unsheathed her sword. Ding! As the two swords collided, Zhaoying felt a powerful force coming from her sword. Her palm instantly went numb, and she lost control of her sword. Her sword flew out of her hand, and her throat was touched by the tip of the sword. Cold air penetrated into her body. Zhuo Feiyang immediately sheathed his sword and said, "Sister Zhao, thank you for letting me win." Zhaoying forced a smile. "Brother Zhuo, I'm impressed." She touched her throat. It was still cold, as if the tip of the sword was still there. Her body was stiff, and she did not dare to move. She suddenly had a feeling that Zhuo Feiyang wanted to kill her. She controlled herself and sheathed her sword. When she thought of this, she suddenly felt that Zhuo Feiyang had become a stranger. The original Zhuo Feiyang was selfish and self-centered, but he was not this cold. Zhuo Feiyang gave her a fist salute. "Sister Zhao, we'll talk another day." He turned around and left the training field. He jumped onto the boat and said, "Let's go." Bai Jijia quickly pushed, and the small boat sailed away from the shore. Zhuo Feiyang sat cross-legged at the bow of the ship and closed his eyes to meditate. When Bai Jijia saw that Zhuo Feiyang's face was as red as blood, he quickly asked in a low voice, "Master, are you all right?" "It's all right," Zhuo Feiyang said calmly. Bai Jijia heaved a sigh of relief, but he was secretly worried. His young master had been cultivating too crazily recently. He had isolated himself in the small courtyard and cultivated diligently all day without rest. He suspected that if he did not break through to the innate realm soon, he might suffer from qi deviation. The small boat returned to the island where Zhuo Feiyang's courtyard was. Bai Jijia slowed down and stood quietly without making a sound. He did not want to disturb him. Ugh! Zhuo Feiyang spat out a mouthful of blood. When the blood fell into the lake, it was quickly dissolved by the lake water and turned dark red. "Young master," Bai Jijia was taken aback. Zhuo Feiyang heaved a sigh of relief. His face turned pale. He heaved a sigh of relief, wiped the corner of his mouth, and glared at Bai Jijia. "Don't make a fuss, I'm fine." "Yes," Bai Jijia quickly replied. "Help me up." Zhuo Feiyang stretched out his hand and stared at him impatiently. "Can't you be a little more observant?" Bai Jijia quickly helped him up. If it was in the past, Zhuo Feiyang would rather die than let anyone help him up. As soon as they reached the shore, Zhuo Feiyang pushed him away and walked steadily back to the small courtyard. When he met someone he knew along the way, he smiled and greeted them politely. Zhuo Feiyang went back to his bed and lay down. Fortunately, he had only used one strike after activating the blazing blood technique. Otherwise, it would not have been so easy. The blazing blood technique was indeed overbearing. He recalled the previous strike. It was as fast as lightning. Even if it were Chu Li, he would not have been able to block such a fast strike. He laughed out loud. The next evening, Chu Li returned to the East Garden. The flowers and plants in the East Garden were difficult to take care of. If he was not careful, it would be a problem. He was worried about Li Yu, so he came back to check on him every 2 days. As soon as he reached the shore, Li Yu and Zhaoying came out to welcome him. Chu Li smiled at Zhaoying. "Sister, you're out of isolation?" "Brother." Zhaoying was dressed in a light green gown. She looked gentle and charming. Chu Li looked at her charming face and figure. His heart was filled with tenderness. He knew that he should not rush things. He smiled at Li Yu. "Brother Li, did something happen again? It's not flowers." Li Yu waved his hand and passed him a red invitation. "Here, this is a gift from Zhuo Feiyang." Chu Li glanced at it but did not accept it. "Challenge invitation? That's boring. I'll just throw it away." "You're not accepting it." Li Yu's eyes widened. Chu Li smiled. "Of course not. I'm a scribe, not a protector." He You're just a scribe in sheep's clothing. Liu smiled and shook his head. Are you really going to reject it? Chu Li was the first scribe in the public house to have an innate mastery boundary. Chu Li said, I don't have time to play with him. I'm not accepting it. Zhuo Feiyang is now an innate mastery boundary. He challenged the ranking tower this morning. He's now a rank 6 protector. Liu shook his head and sighed. He's suddenly become a hot commodity. His title as a genius is even more famous now. Chu Li smiled. He's a genius. He's already famous enough. It's not the same. Liu shook his head. Zhuo Feiyang is known as the #1 youth master in the public house. Oh. Chu Li raised his eyebrows and looked at Zhaoying. Sister, you can't beat him? Zhaoying shook her head. Brother, Zhuo Feiyang is an innate master. Chu Li said, you're about to enter the innate mastery too, right? Besides, with your swordsmanship, it shouldn't be a problem for you to defeat someone who has just entered the innate mastery. I can't even take one hit from Zhuo Feiyang. Zhaoying pursed her lips. Interesting. Looks like he's improved a lot. Chu Li smiled. He walked into the courtyard as he spoke. The three of them sat at the stone table. Liu skillfully brewed tea. The red clay stove was already emitting white steam. Liu passed him a porcelain cup. Come, have a taste. Let's see if my tea is better than your beautiful maid's. Beautiful maid? Zhaoying looked at him suspiciously. Chu Li glared at Liu. Liu shrunk his neck and kept his mouth shut. Zhaoying looked at Chu Li. What beautiful maid? Brother? Chu Li smiled. Don't listen to Brother Li's nonsense. Zhaoying looked at Liu and scoffed. Brother Li, you're not lying to me, are you? Liu quickly waved his hand. Pretend I didn't say anything. Brother Li. Zhaoying glared at him. Liu quickly said, Brother Chu has a maid. She's very beautiful, but, of course, she's not as beautiful as you, Sister Zhao. I really have to congratulate Brother Chu. Zhaoying turned to look at Chu Li with a faint smile. You must be enjoying having a beautiful maid, right? Bring her here. I really want to get to know her. Chu Li coughed lightly and smiled. Chief Su arranged for her. She's quite pretty, but not as pretty as Sister Zhao. Only Brother Li thinks she's pretty. His taste is different from most people. Liu opened his mouth, wanting to retort that his taste was different from others. However, he knew that his mouth had caused trouble, so he swallowed his words. Zhaoying glanced at Chu Li. The more he tried to explain, the more it proved that the maid was beautiful. Moreover, she was a maid sent by Chief Su. How could her beauty be lacking? Liu quickly asked, Brother, are you really not going to accept the challenge? Chu Li smiled and shook his head. Liu said, Zhuo Feiyang will definitely spread the news to the world and ruin your reputation. I'm just a scribe. Chu Li laughed. Liu tilted his head and looked at Zhaoying. Zhaoying quickly said, I agree with Brother Li. There's no need to accept it. I don't think Zhuo Feiyang will let this go. Liu slowly shook his head and sighed. He's a genius. He can't tolerate failure, especially when he loses to you. This is a stain on his life. He'll find a way to wash it off. Let him do whatever he wants. I'm not accepting the challenge, Chu Li said. Liu said, with his personality, he'll do anything if he's pushed to the edge. Chu Li smiled. That's great. Since he made a move on me, I'll let him experience the might of the public house's rules. Zhaoying furrowed her brows thoughtfully. She also felt that Liu's words made sense. Zhuo Feiyang had always been a genius. He had always been treated with respect, so he couldn't tolerate failure, especially Chu Li. He would definitely force Zhuo Feiyang to accept the challenge. He might even do something stupid. The sun was setting, casting a red glow over the surface of the lake. Baijia came ashore and pushed open the door to a small courtyard. Zhuo Feiyang was practicing his swordsmanship in the courtyard. He glanced at Baijia, but did not stop. He asked, how was it? Did Chu Li accept the challenge? Baijia shook his head. Master, Chu Li didn't accept it. Let him coward. He's afraid. Zhuo Feiyang laughed coldly and said proudly, if I knew this would happen, I wouldn't have rushed into the ranking tower. Baijia hesitated and did not say anything. What else is there? Say it. Zhuo Feiyang scoffed. Baijia looked at him and said softly, Miss Zhao also went to the East Garden. Could it be? Nonsense. Zhuo Feiyang interrupted him. His handsome face suddenly turned gloomy. Sister Zhao has never liked us fighting. Yes. Bai Jijia quickly nodded. This Chu Li is too shameless. When he saw Master's power, he immediately became a coward. He doesn't deserve to be called a man. This guy has always been smart. Zhuo Feiyang scoffed. But when Sister Zhao went over, he still resisted. He really doesn't act like a man. If it were him, he would not retreat in front of the woman he loved. He would fight even if he could not win. This was a matter of a man's courage and dignity. He could not be timid. Master, what should we do? Bai Jijia asked. If he really doesn't accept the challenge, then there's really nothing we can do. He doesn't go to the martial arts hall. He always hides in the East Garden. Even if we want to scold him, we won't be able to find him. I'll write another letter to scold him. Zhuo Feiyang scoffed. I don't believe that he can take it. All right, Bai Jijia smiled. I'll send it to him personally. I must see his expression. You're quite brave. Aren't you afraid that he will vent his anger on you? Chapter 52. Zhuo Feiyang laughed out loud and patted him on the shoulder. Good, you've got guts. You're my man after all. Bai Jijia laughed along with him. Zhuo Feiyang entered the house with his sword in hand. His face was filled with excitement as he cursed to his heart's content. He could not win against Chu Li in an argument. Chu Li's eloquence was too good, but his writing was not any weaker than his. As he wrote, he laughed out loud. He was impressed with his scolding skills. He did not expect himself to be able to curse like this under Chu Li's provocation. It felt so good, so good. He shouted, "Bring me the wine." Bai Jijia quickly brought out a jar of wine and poured a big bowl of hard liquor. Zhuo Feiyang drank it all in one gulp and wiped his mouth. He laughed out loud. Good, good, good. Bai Jijia poured him another bowl, and Zhuo Feiyang drank it all in one gulp. His tolerance for alcohol was average, but he liked hard liquor. After drinking 2 bowls, his handsome face turned red. He laughed and continued to write. One after another, he vented all his anger. Every time he finished writing, Bai Jijia would blow on it and dry it. Zhuo Feiyang drank another bowl of wine and was slightly tipsy. He threw his pen away and laughed. Good, this is so good. Bai Jijia blew on the last piece of paper and kept it. There were 10 pieces in total. He put them in a bulging envelope and smiled. Master, I'll be going now. Go, go. Zhuo Feiyang waved his hand. Go and come back quickly. Tell me about his face. Yes. Bai Jijia answered respectfully and turned to leave. He rowed the boat to the East Garden and knocked on the jade bell. Liu appeared quickly. When he saw that it was him, his face darkened. Bai, what are you doing here? He looked down on Bai Jijia. Bai Jijia was a despicable person who became arrogant when he got what he wanted. He used to smile whenever he met people and call them brothers. However, the moment he was accepted as Zhuo Feiyang scribe, his attitude changed. He put on airs and became arrogant. Bai Jijia's face was tense. He said in a low voice, Brotherly, I'm here to deliver a letter to Master Chu. Brother Chu doesn't accept challenges. Don't worry, it's not a challenge, it's a letter. All right, just give it to me. Young Master has orders to present it to young Master Chu in person. You sure have a lot of problems. Liu scoffed. Come with me. I'm warning you, don't look around and don't walk around. I know, Bai Jijia said coldly. Liu snorted, feeling even more irritated. He turned around and left. Bai Jijia followed closely behind and soon arrived at the courtyard. Chu Li and Zhao Ying were chatting, and Zhao Ying was giggling. Zhao Ying's smile faded when she saw Bai Jijia. Bai Jijia took 2 steps forward and presented the letter with both hands. Master Chu, this is a letter from my master. Chu Li glanced at him, smiled, took the letter, and pulled it out. Zhao Ying looked at Chu Li curiously and looked at the thick stack of letters. Chu Li flipped through them one by one and smiled. His smile grew wider as he shook his head. Bai Jijia was a little stunned. Why isn't Zhang Xian angered at all? Instead, it looks like he's watching a joke. This is too, as expected of someone who could go against the young master. His actions were eccentric and his thoughts were peculiar. What did he say? Zhao Ying asked curiously. Chu Li kept the letter and chuckled. Interesting. All right, since he wrote it, I'll write one back. Bring me a brush and ink. He then realized that this was not the Jade Guardian Island. Schwelling was not by his side. Zhao Ying rolled her eyes at him. Let me do it. She got up and went into the house to get a brush and ink. She grinded the ink quickly and passed it to Chu Li. Chu Li wrote a few simple words, blew it dry, folded it, and stuffed it into the envelope. He passed it to Bai Jijia. Let him take a look. Yes. Bai Jijia took the envelope with both hands. Bai Jijia bid farewell and left. Liu escorted him out with the intention of keeping an eye on him. All the flowers and plants in the East Garden were precious and could not be damaged. If Bai Jijia were to play any dirty tricks and destroy the garden, Liu would be the one in trouble. Bai Jijia was very curious, but he did not dare to open it. He sailed the small boat back to Zhou Feiyang's courtyard and presented the letter. Chu Li must be angry, right? Zhou Feiyang casually took out a thin piece of paper and scoffed. His face was red, but his eyes were bright. Yes, he was so angry that he laughed. Bai Jijia answered, I can't compete with him when it comes to talking, but when it comes to writing, he's definitely not as good as me. Zhou Feiyang laughed coldly. When he looked at the paper, his face darkened. He was furious and gritted his teeth. Chi! The white paper shattered into pieces and fell to the ground. Bai Jijia was shocked. He looked at him carefully. Master? Chu Li, I'm not done with you. Zhou Feiyang roared. He stood up, pushed the chair away, and ran out of the bedroom. He came to the courtyard and swung his sword. The sword flashed, and the surrounding flowers and plants were cut into pieces. Bai Jijia did not dare to go near him. He was secretly annoyed. It was a pity that he did not sneak a peek at what Chu Li had written. Now, he would never see it again. Zhou Feiyang swung his sword for a while. There was no place left in the courtyard for him to vent his anger. He stopped and leaned on his sword to catch his breath. Master? Bai Jijia asked carefully. Zhou Feiyang's expression calmed down. He sneered. I'll deal with him sooner or later. Bai Jijia quickly nodded. Yes, yes. It's never too late for revenge. Master, don't stoop to his level. Zhou Feiyang scoffed and pointed at the courtyard. Clean it up. Yes. Bai Jijia groaned. Early in the morning, the sound of firecrackers was suddenly heard in Chongming town. It was rapid and intense. The people around followed the sound to find the source. There were many idlers in the town who liked to join in the fun. When he took a closer look, the original rouge shop and clothing shop had turned into a tavern. The four big words Leisure Cloud Tavern were imposing. What was eye-catching were the 2 rows of women standing in front of the tavern. There were a total of 20 women, all of whom were youthful and beautiful, dazzling the eyes of the onlookers. Chu Li and Zhao Ying stood in front of the pub, smiling at the 20 beauties. There were originally 50 of them, but it was too eye-catching to have all of them at once. 20 was just right. It aroused everyone's curiosity, but it was not too shocking. It was too strange to have 50 beauties at once. Zhao Ying smiled. Brother, we've finally opened. The people sent by Chief Su were very skilled. The construction speed was surprisingly fast. It was completed in just half a month. Chu Li smiled. Sister, I'm still busy. I'll leave this place to you. We have the public house's name. No one will dare to cause trouble. Okay, leave it to me. Zhao Ying smiled. Chu Li said, but don't delay your cultivation. I won't. Zhao Ying shook her head. I'm grinding it bit by bit. Relaxing is good for cultivation. It was a bottleneck to achieve innate mastery. She had a strong foundation and had taken many torso refinement pills, but she was still stuck. When she thought of Zhou Feiyang's breakthrough, she could only envy the importance of talent. However, it was understandable. Zhou Feiyang's family background was not bad. He did not lack money. When he built his foundation from a young age, he had taken many miraculous pills. That was why he was able to maximize his talent. Chu Li smiled. There's no rush. Grinding it bit by bit. It'll be good for you in the future. He looked at the tavern in front of him. It was originally 2 shops that were connected into one. It formed a 400 square meter tavern. There were 10 single rooms and more than 30 tables in the hall. It was not big and only quiet. Customers could choose to go to a separate room and enjoy the quiet. They could also join the fun in the hall. After the firecrackers were set off, there was a group of people performing lion dances. After a while, the place became quiet again. The women entered the tavern and performed their duties. The shopkeeper, waiters greeting guests, making tea, making snacks, cutting fruits. The division of labor was meticulous. It made the service more thorough and comfortable. Chu Li returned to the public house and continued with the sentient menace. With the public house's protection, no one dared to cause trouble. Those who caused trouble were usually well informed. If they came out to cause trouble, they would have been fed to the dogs. The cultivation of the sentient menace progressed quickly. The wooden stick had been replaced with an iron stick. Xue Ling was relieved. She could not use too much strength when she first started using the iron stick. She could save energy. A few days later, she would need to use all her strength. She felt that she could break a person's bones with one hit. However, Chuli was fine. It was like a wooden stick hitting him. In the evening, Zhuo Feiyang arrived at the Leisure Cloud Tavern. He was dressed in a sapphire blue gown. His face was like jade, and he was in high spirits. From the public house to the Leisure Cloud Tavern, he attracted the attention of countless women. His face was solemn. He ignored the stares and walked calmly with Bai Jijia following behind him. "Is it here?" Zhuo Feiyang stopped and looked at the signboard. Bai Jijia quickly said, "Leisure Cloud Tavern. It's here. Go in." Zhuo Feiyang scoffed. Two beautiful women dressed in white gowns stepped forward. "Welcome, masters. Where would you like to sit?" "Over there." Zhuo Feiyang pointed at the hall. It was bustling inside. More than 30 square tables were filled with people. There was a large gap between the tables. There were armchairs. People could sit leisurely and lazily drink. "Young masters, please." The two beautiful women turned around and gracefully led them to an empty table. Zhuo Feiyang looked around and sat down slowly. Bai Jijia stood and said, "Serve all your good wine and dishes." "How many dishes do you want, master?" 12 dishes and a jar of your best wine." "Please wait a moment." The two beautiful women turned around and left. 6 beautiful women carried plates and served 12 dishes. They even gave them a bowl of soup and a jar of wine. The jar was black and shiny. It emitted an alluring fragrance. Bai Jijia waved his hand and asked them to leave. He poured the wine himself. Zhuo Feiyang took a sip of the wine and sneered. "Where did Chu Li get these women?" Bai Jijia shook his head. "I didn't know. I heard Chief Su helped them." Chapter 53. Zhuo Feiyang was enraged. Chu Li had a knack for pleasing women. Even someone as arrogant as Chief Su had taken a liking to him, not to mention junior sister Zhao. Zhuo Feiyang laughed coldly as he thought of this, and drank 2 glasses of wine in one go. Bai Jijia remained silent. This was too depressing. Chu Li's relationship with Chief Su was troublesome. If Master Zhuo wanted to cripple Chu Li, Chief Su would not let it go. As the Chief Su of the island of Jade Guardian, one word from her and Master Zhuo would not be able to stay in the public house. Zhuo Feiyang lowered his head to eat. Bai Jijia ate 2 mouthfuls as well. The dishes here were delicately prepared. There were not many dishes on each plate, but they were delicious. The two of them turned their gloominess into appetite, finishing the dishes on the table in one go. Then, they burped and drank wine, looking around casually. The surroundings were already filled with people, and beautiful women were walking back and forth, serving tea, dishes, and wine. They were all dressed in moon-white gowns. They looked simple and elegant. Their bodies exuded a faint fragrance that calmed one's heart. One could not have any dirty thoughts. One could only feel the beautiful women moving around in front of them. Sighed. Bai Jijia sighed. A pub like this would always have customers, especially men. Zhuo Feiyang slammed the table and said, "Guards." 2 beautiful women stepped forward and smiled gently. "Dear guests, have you finished your meal? Would you like some fruits?" Zhuo Feiyang nodded. "Sure, but we didn't bring any money." The 2 women were stunned. This was the first time they met a freeloader. They looked at each other. One of the beautiful women said, "Master Zhuo, please don't joke with me." Zhuo Feiyang said coldly, "I'm not joking. I really didn't bring any money." "Then this sword will do." One of the women pointed at the long sword on his waist. Zhuo Feiyang smirked. This is my sword. As long as the sword lives, I live. If the sword dies, I die. Master Zhuo, what do you plan to do? The woman smiled. Do you really want to eat for free? Yes, I will eat for free. Zhuo Feiyang laughed. What do you want to do with me? One of the women left. Zhuo Feiyang glanced at her, crossed his arms, and laughed coldly. Don't tell me you're keeping thugs around here? The remaining beautiful woman shook her head and smiled. This young master has misunderstood. We will go and report to the innkeeper. The innkeeper will decide how to deal with this. We're just serving dishes and cannot make the decision. Zhuo Feiyang looked at her deeply. She could still maintain a gentle smile, even when facing him. Where did Chu Li find this woman? She was really something. A moment later, Zhao appeared in front of him and frowned at him. Senior brother Zhuo? When he saw Zhao, Zhuo Feiyang's face turned red, but then his expression darkened. It seemed that the two of them had gotten together. This junior sister, Zhao, did not know how to respect herself. What was wrong with her? Why did she have to be with Chu Li? Thinking of this, he was annoyed and resentful. With a gloomy face, he scoffed. Junior sister Zhao, are you the shopkeeper here? Zhao nodded. Sort of. Not Chu Li's pub? I'll help take care of it. Who are you to him? Why would you help him like this? Zhuo Feiyang laughed coldly. Don't tell me you two are really together? Of course not. Zhao frowned. Senior brother Zhuo, don't cause trouble. Pay up and leave. Zhuo Feiyang? The cherry corpse brimstone? You don't have money? Zhao burst out laughing. What a joke. I don't have money anyway. Do as you see fit. Zhuo Feiyang braced himself and said coldly, This is Chu Li's pub. You don't have to worry about it. If he wants money, let him ask me for it. Senior brother Zhuo, you're in the right to go back on your word? Zhao said angrily. 100 taels. Hurry up. 100 taels? That expensive? Baijija blurted out, but quickly shut his mouth. Zhuo Feiyang laughed coldly. Chu Li sure is ruthless. He's ripping me off. I've just eaten half my fill, and it's 100 taels? The price of each dish is written clearly. Don't order if you think it's too expensive. Zhao said impatiently. You're just looking at the expensive ones. A normal table costs 50 taels. All right, you can leave. I don't have money. Zhuo Feiyang scoffed. Zhao waved her hand. Don't be an eyesore here. I'll tell senior brother Chu. Master? Jija hesitated. He was at a loss. He wanted to make a scene and force Chu Li to show himself. If Chu Li did not accept the challenge, he would come and make a scene every day. Let's see if Chu Li could handle it. Zhuo Feiyang frowned and stared at Zhao. Zhao touched her face. What's wrong? Zhuo Feiyang laughed coldly. Junior sister Zhao, you've changed. Zhao said angrily. Senior brother Zhuo, I should be the one saying that to you. Zhuo Feiyang looked for her the moment he came out of his isolated cultivation. He wanted to defeat her to avenge his defeat. A man like him was narrow-minded. She looked down on him. How have I changed? Zhuo Feiyang asked. Zhao waved her hand. All right, this is a pub. You should leave after you're done eating. I'm very busy. I don't have time to mess around with you. This was a pub owned by the women of the Raging Tiger Troupe. Senior brother Chu Li had already said that all the earnings would go to them. Zhuo Feiyang was here to freeload. How unreasonable! Zhuo Feiyang was annoyed by her attitude. All right then, tell Chu Li that if he wants money, he can come and find me. I know. Zhao waved her hand impatiently. Zhuo Feiyang stood up and left the Leisure Cloud pub with Baijija. He looked back at the Leisure Cloud pub and heard the laughter coming from inside. He scoffed and decided to come back tomorrow. He wanted to see how much Chu Li could endure. If he did not accept the challenge, he would come again. Baijija whispered, Master, I didn't know that senior sister Zhao was here. Don't mention her, Zhuo Feiyang said coldly. Baijija quickly shut his mouth. He felt that the two of them were a little dejected. Senior sister Zhao was the master's nemesis. If senior sister Zhao was not here today, things would have gotten out of hand. It was early in the morning and the sun was shining brightly. The training field in front of the martial arts hall was unusually noisy. More than 200 protectors were training. Some were swinging their swords, which gleamed with a cold light. Some were training with knives, while others were training with spears. There were also some who were training with strange weapons. There were also many who were training with their fists and palms. Everyone was training in their own way. Zhuo Feiyang was practicing his swordsmanship in a corner of the training field. The flash of his sword was like snow, which enveloped him. Bai Jijia was practicing his swordsmanship beside him. His sword was swift, but it was not as good as Zhuo Feiyang's. It was obvious who was better. Bai Jijia had been taught by Zhuo Feiyang, and his swordsmanship had improved tremendously. However, he was still at the pulse opening stage. His speed and strength were much weaker than Zhuo Feiyang's. Bai Jijia was already very satisfied. He could not be compared to a genius like the master. Compared to the same batch of people, he was already far ahead. A small boat floated near them. A young girl in a white gown got off the boat and came to the training field. Her skin was as white as snow. Her eyes were black and bright. It was as if she was looking down on everyone. She walked towards Zhuo Feiyang and stood quietly at the side. When Zhuo Feiyang saw the beautiful girl, he was instantly filled with energy. The flash of his sword became brighter. Bai Jijia, on the other hand, was a little absent-minded. He glanced at her from time to time, wondering who she was. It was the first time he had seen such a beautiful girl. He would never forget her if he had seen her once. She should not be a nobody. The master was very talented and attracted women. However, it was the first time a woman was so bold and direct. Her cold temperament and alluring face made Bai Jijia feel uncomfortable. However, seeing that the master was focused on his training, he did not dare to disturb him. After a while, Zhuo Feiyang sheathed his sword and smiled at the girl. "Sister, what can I do for you?" The cold girl said, "You are Master Zhuo Feiyang, right?" "Yes, I am." Zhuo Feiyang closed fist saluted. "That's good." The cold girl said, "I am Xue Ling. I am here on the orders of my master to collect the debt that Master Zhui owes. 100 taels, thank you." "Wait." Zhuo Feiyang's smile froze. He quickly asked, "Who is your master?" "My master is Chu Li." Xue Ling bowed slightly. "Chu Li." Zhuo Feiyang's face darkened. He said coldly, "You are Chu Li's maid?" "Exactly." Xue Ling nodded slightly. "Yesterday, both of you did not pay the bill after your meal at the Leisure Cloud pub. Master sent me to collect the money. It's only right and proper to pay your debts." Xue Ling was like a magnet that attracted everyone's attention. Everyone in the martial arts field was secretly staring at her. Initially, they were all envious of Zhuo Feiyang's luck with women. He was a genius in martial arts and was also handsome. Which woman would not like him? They did not expect that she was not an admirer of Zhuo Feiyang, but a debt collector instead. They could not help but be secretly delighted. Their hearts were filled with joy, and they could not wait to scream and take a sip. Bai Jijia hurriedly shouted, "Young lady, don't talk nonsense. Who owes you money?" Xue looked at him coldly. "What? You want to go back on your word?" "That's enough." Zhuo Feiyang cut Bai Jijia off and said coldly, "All right, Chu Li has won. Jijia, give her the money." Bai Jijia looked at Zhuo Feiyang helplessly, his face revealing a troubled expression. Zhuo Feiyang scoffed and said, "What's wrong? My words don't work." Bai Jijia quickly whispered, "Young master, I didn't bring any money with me." "Bastard." Zhuo Feiyang glared at him and scoffed. "Then go back and get it." "Yes." Bai Jijia quickly responded, turned around and left. The entire martial arts field was silent. Everyone had heard what they said, and their eyes were filled with amusement and gloating. Zhuo Feiyang's handsome face was so dark that it looked like it was about to freeze. He stared at Xue Ling with an unfriendly gaze. Xue Ling slightly lowered her eyes and did not look him in the eye. Zhuo Feiyang laughed coldly. "Since when did you become Chu Li's maid?" Xue Ling did not speak, as if she did not hear anything. "You just like Chu Li." Zhuo Feiyang sneered in disdain. What a waste of such a beautiful face. Xue Ling still did not speak. She was as silent as a log. This made Zhuo Feiyang even angrier. He felt like he had become a joke. He could feel the mocking gazes around him, wanting to drown and swallow him up. Now that he had become a joke, he believed that the whole public house would know about it by today. "Chu Li, you're really ruthless. We're not finished yet." He roared in his heart, and looked at Shui Ling coldly. Shui Ling stood there quietly, like a jade statue, but she attracted everyone's attention. They were curious as to who Chu Li was to have such a maid. He must be lucky with women. They were so envious of him. Bai Jijia ran back, panting heavily. He took out 2 banknotes, 100 taels each. Zhuo Feiyang took one of them and threw it on the ground. "Take it, give it to Chu Li." He turned around and left after he said that. Shui Ling quietly bent down to pick it up. Her expression did not change as she slowly walked away. Everyone shook their heads and sighed. This Zhuo Feiyang was a genius in martial arts, but he had gone too far. He was so ungentlemanly towards a delicate beauty. Chapter 54. As the lights were lit, laughter could be heard coming from the Leisure Cloud pub. It was almost full. The ladies were like butterflies, shuttling between the tables. Zhuo Feiyang was dressed in a sapphire blue robe. His face was as smooth as jade, and a long sword hung on his waist. He looked like a gentleman as he slowly walked into the pub with Bai Jijia. 2 beautiful ladies approached him. Zhuo Feiyang waved his hand. "Find us a seat." "Gentlemen, I'm so sorry. There are no more seats outside. We only have a private room." "No seats." "I'm sorry, gentlemen. Our pub has a reservation rule. You can tell us in advance, and we'll reserve a seat. I want to eat here today. Give me a seat." "Sir, everyone who enters the pub is an honorable guest." "I'm so sorry, Slap." Zhuo Feiyang suddenly swung his hand and slapped the young lady. The young lady covered her face and looked at Zhuo Feiyang in shock. Because of the public house, no one had ever dared to cause trouble here. They did not even quarrel, let alone hit someone. She did not expect this handsome gentleman to do this. "Now you have one, right?" Zhuo Feiyang laughed coldly. Many people looked over and frowned at Zhuo Feiyang. No one wanted to help. They were all waiting for a good show. How dare he cause trouble here? Did he think that the public house was a pushover? This was going to be a good show. "Brother Zhuo, what are you doing?" Zhao Ying glared at him. Her clear eyes were cold. She did not expect Zhuo Feiyang to be so evil. He dared to hit someone. This was a taboo. He must be crazy. Zhuo Feiyang said coldly, "Sister Zhao, you're here again. Why did you hit them?" Zhao Ying frowned. "They don't know any martial arts." "How could you hit them?" "I don't care if they know martial arts. All I know is that they're from the Chu family." "You're unreasonable." Zhao Ying pointed at him angrily. "You and Brother Chu were just acting rashly. Why do you have to drag others into this?" Zhuo Feiyang scoffed. "He's a coward. I had no choice but to do this." "Brother Zhuo, Brother Chu didn't accept the challenge because he didn't want to hurt you. Do you really think you can defeat him?" Zhao Ying laughed coldly. Zhuo Feiyang laughed coldly. "Sister Zhao seems to have high hopes for him. Senior Brother Zhuo, there are so many important things to do in the outside world. There are countless evil people in the world. Why do you only care about a little grudge?" Zhao Ying sighed helplessly and said, "A man should think about how to make a name for himself and not be entangled in personal grudges all day long. Brother Zhuo, you should be more open-minded." When Zhuo Feiyang heard that, he laughed coldly and said, "What bullish asterisk T achievement? I just want to avenge myself." Sigh. Zhao Ying shook her head, completely disappointed. "Tell Chu Li to come find me. Tell him to accept my challenge." Zhuo Feiyang turned around and left. Zhao Ying glared at him and walked over to the woman. "Sister Chun, are you all right?" Her name was Chuning. She had a beautiful round face, smooth skin, and exquisite facial features. She handled things in a natural and unrestrained manner. She was smart and capable, so she was in charge of welcoming guests. Chuning touched her face and smiled nonchalantly. "It's just a slap. It's no big deal." "Sister Zhao, don't tell Master." Zhao Ying hurriedly said, "Of course I have to tell Brother Chu." Chuning shook her head and sighed. "Don't tell him. It's nothing. It's just a slap. It's not worth mentioning. If I tell Master, it'll be another fight. If something happens to him, I won't be able to redeem myself, even if I die 100 times." Zhao Ying frowned and looked at her. Chuning smiled. "I'm really fine." Zhao Ying hesitated and did not say anything. She needed to think about it carefully. However, She was completely disappointed in Zhuo Feiyang. She did not expect him to be such a person. He actually hit a woman who did not know martial arts. When Chuli returned to the East Garden, it was already evening. He had trained the sentient menace for a whole day. His muscles were sore and aching. The feeling of being hit by a metal rod was not a pleasant one. Recently, a pearl beauty in the East Garden had fallen ill and needed to be taken care of. If Chuli did not return, Liu would feel uneasy. He would not be able to eat or sleep well. The afterglow of the setting sun shone on the surface of the lake. A gust of wind blew, and the surface of the lake shimmered red. He left the boat and went ashore. As soon as he entered the courtyard, he saw Zhao Ying. She was sitting at the stone table with Li Yu, discussing something. When she saw him, she immediately shut up. Chuli smiled. "What's wrong? Are you talking bad about me?" "Brother, why haven't you been to the pub recently?" Zhao Ying was wearing a light green gown. It made her face look fair and delicate. She was a lovely sight. Chuli smiled. "You're here, aren't you? I don't have to worry about you." Zhao Ying felt guilty and sighed. Li Yu said, "Brother, Zhuo Feiyang has not given up yet. He has sent another challenge invitation. This time, with a wager, it's 100,000 taels." As he spoke, he passed a fiery red challenge invitation to Chuli. 100,000 taels? Chuli raised his eyebrows and chuckled. He's determined to fight this battle. He's even throwing out such a huge bait. "Are you going to accept the challenge?" Li Yu quickly said, "It's 100,000 taels. He must be very confident." Chuli smiled. Zhao Ying sighed. "Brother, you don't lack money." Chuli smiled. "Who said I don't lack money? Of course, the more money, the better. You even have a beautiful maid. What do you lack?" Zhao Ying rolled her eyes at him. She had never seen Chuli's maid before, but she had heard people talking about her. She was exceptionally beautiful, cold, and elegant, making it impossible for anyone to reject her. They were all jealous. To have such a maid, they were willing to sacrifice 20 years of their lives. Chuli pretended not to hear her, but did not continue the conversation. "Looks like Zhuo Feiyang has prepared a trump card." All right, I'll accept this challenge. Zhuo Feiyang has become smarter. Why would he use those little tricks? He threw out this bait, of course, I'll accept it." "Brother." Zhao Ying's eyes widened. Chuli smiled. "Sister, practicing martial arts is the most expensive thing. Think about it. How much does one energy pill cost? It's only 10 taels of silver. That's in our public house. What if we go out to buy it? 20 taels. Other than the energy pill, there's also the energy enhancement pill and the purple energy pill. In short, as a protector, you can't lack pills. That doesn't even need 100,000 taels." Chuli shook his head. "You'll know when you go out and explore the martial arts world. How much does a good sword cost? 100 taels? This is just a normal good sword. If it's a better one, it'll cost 1,000 taels. A famous treasure sword, 10,000 taels, maybe even more. There's no need for such a good sword, right?" Chuli smiled. "You should know the importance of good sword. It can decide life and death. Isn't a life worth 10,000 taels?" Zhao Ying was stunned and did not say anything. As a swordswoman, of course she knew the importance of a good sword. Chuli said, "So, I'll accept this challenge, but I'll have to compete in the martial arts hall." Sigh. Zhao Ying sighed. Moreover, he dared to go to the Leisure Cloud pub and beat people up. How can I not teach him a lesson? Chuli scoffed. Zhao Ying rolled her eyes at him. That's the key. Chuli shook his head. Zhuo Feiyang is crazy now. If I don't compete with him, who knows what stupid things he'll do. I'll have to deal with him sooner or later. In the martial arts field in front of the martial arts hall, people gathered in a circle. It was quiet. Two people stood in the middle of the field, Zhuo Feiyang and Chuli. The youth champion, Zhuo Feiyang, wanted to challenge the scribe Chuli. Chuli was already ranked 6 at such a young age. He was one of the top scribes. At such a young age, becoming a rank 6 scribe was much harder than becoming a protector. Bai Jijie, Zhao Ying, and Liu stood in the crowd, staring at the two. It was 9 o'clock in the morning. The sun was shining brightly, and the surroundings were clear and bright. The lake breeze blew through the crowd, caressing their faces. Chuli felt the lake breeze caressing his face. He smiled. The entire island's willow trees were reflected in his mind. The spiritual energy was turbulent, ready for him to use at any time. Does this scribe truly know martial arts? Of course, if he doesn't, why would Zhuo Feiyang challenge him? He doesn't look like one. You don't say. He doesn't look like one. His eyes are lifeless, and his limbs are weak. He looks like a normal person. Could it be that there's a personal grudge between the two? Zhuo Feiyang is challenging him to vent his anger? Then why did Scribe Chu Li accept the challenge? Isn't he courting death? Maybe he had no other choice? I heard that Scribe Chu Li opened a pub outside. It's called the Leisure Cloud Pub. Business is good. Zhuo Feiyang went there to cause trouble and even beat someone up. That's intolerable. Zhuo Feiyang has gone too far. Yeah, but no one dares to stop him. Zhuo Feiyang is in the limelight now. Sigh, I've finally seen through this world. Whoever has the bigger fist calls the shots. I should just focus on my martial arts. That's right. You can only speak loudly if you train hard. If your martial arts aren't strong, you should just behave yourself. The crowd discussed among themselves. They all sympathized with Chu Li. A rank 6 scribe was considered to be in the upper echelons of society. They had a certain amount of power in the public house. However, when faced with a challenge, it still came down to who was stronger in martial arts. In this world, martial arts was number one. This incident had made them firm in their path as a protector. They were desperately trying to improve their martial arts. Chu Li coughed softly. He looked at Zhuo Feiyang, who was glaring at him in anger. Zhuo Feiyang, do I really have to fork out 100,000 taels of silver? You have a lot of money, but you don't have a few 100,000 taels. It's too late for you to regret it. Zhuo Feiyang laughed coldly. Chu Li shook his head. I'm just afraid that you'll regret it. Chu Li, don't play around with your tongue. You'll be crying later. I hope you won't cry when you lose. Zhuo Feiyang turned his head away. He placed his hand on the hilt of his sword and closed his eyes. He did not even look at Chu Li. Chu Li smiled and enjoyed the beauty of nature. He was connected to the flowers and plants around him. There's also a torso refiner here. It's just outside the martial arts field, growing in a pile of weeds. There's also the crimson dragon fruit. It's also a miraculous medicine. It can be eaten together with the earth dragon grass. It has the ability to strengthen one's muscles and bones. Unfortunately, the effect is not as strong. It's very useful for normal people, but it's almost useless for martial arts practitioners. The crowd suddenly parted to form a path. They closed fists, saluted one after another. Two white-haired elders slowly walked over. One was tall and fat, while the other was short and skinny. It was a stark contrast. The tall and fat elder was smiling. The short and skinny elder's face was as cold as ice. His gaze swept across the crowd like a knife. They were the high official elders of the martial arts hall. This time, they were asked to be the witnesses. This was how a formal challenge was supposed to be. The last time Chu Li and Zhuo Feiyang fought was not formal enough. That was why Zhuo Feiyang dared to deny it. Chu Li closed fists, saluted. Senior Chu, Senior He, thank you for your trouble. The tall and fat elder chuckled. I like it when there's a good show to watch. The short and skinny elder asked in a low voice, where's the banknote? Chapter 55. The short elder said in a low voice, let's begin. They were here to supervise the battle, and they had two responsibilities. One was to be fair, and the other was to prevent casualties. A little injury was not a big deal, but no one could die, and no one could be crippled. This required an extremely brilliant vision and extremely powerful martial arts. At the crucial moment, they had to save someone and stop the fight. Chu Li slowly unsheathed his sword. Zhuo Feiyang, the youth champion, I would like to learn from you. Zhuo Feiyang's face was full of sarcasm. Chu Li, you're a coward. You finally have the guts to face me. Chu Li laughed. I wanted to save you some face, but you just had to kill yourself. You brought this upon yourself, and you can't live. He shook his head as he spoke. Zhuo Feiyang laughed coldly. Save me some face? What a joke. Draw your sword. Let's see what you've got. Chu Li waved his long sword. Watch my sword. Zhuo Feiyang could not stand it anymore. He thrust his sword at Chu Li's chest as fast as lightning. He was ready to kill Chu Li in one move to show off his power in front of the crowd. Although the crowd seemed to admire him, they were not convinced by his title as the youth champion. They all wanted to use him as a stepping stone to make a name for themselves. Chu Li sidestepped and thrust his sword forward. Spiritual energy from all directions surged into his body like a river flowing backwards. The spiritual energy flowed through the infinite azure sea 3 times and formed 3 waves in just 2 short sentences. His meridians swelled. Ding! The 2 swords clashed. Zhuo Feiyang's sword flew out of his hand as Chu Li thrust his sword towards his throat. Stop! With a shout, the tall and fat elder and the short elder attacked at the same time. One pulled Zhuo Feiyang, while the other attacked Chu Li's sword. Chu Li raised the tip of his sword and thrust it towards the short elder's palm. The short elder's expression changed. He quickly retracted his hand and scoffed. Stop! Chu Li stopped his sword and apologized. Elder Chu, I'm sorry. The short elder's expression turned even colder. What a powerful sword technique. Is it the chasing light technique? Elder Chu, you have good eyes. Chu Li closed fist saluted. Use this sword with caution. The short elder looked at him and scoffed. The chasing light technique is easy to use but hard to stop. Fortunately, Elder He and I did not let our guard down. Otherwise, you'd be in trouble. Chu Li accepted it humbly and glanced at Zhuo Feiyang. Zhuo Feiyang's face was ashen. His eyes were spitting fire as he stared at Chu Li. He did not expect Chu Li's sword to be so fast. He was extremely frustrated that he did not even have the time to use his trump card. This Chu Li was too cunning. Too cunning. The tall, fat elder patted Zhuo Feiyang's shoulder and chuckled. Little Zhuo, it's not a shame for you to lose to the shadow-chasing light technique. This technique is not something that just anyone can master. Go back and work harder. Elder He, I think we can still continue. Zhuo Feiyang forced a smile. The tall and plump elder looked at the short and skinny elder, then at Chu Li. Chu Li smiled and said, I'll leave it to the 2 elders to decide. The short and thin elder Chu said in a deep voice, The victor has been decided. Elder Chu. Zhuo Feiyang panicked. The tall and fat old man patted him on the shoulder and said with a smile, Don't worry, don't worry. You're just unwilling to lose, right? Yes. Zhuo Feiyang nodded. The tall and fat old man laughed. Actually, you didn't lose unjustly. This is a deep lesson that will save your life in the future. Even a lion needs to use all its strength to fight a rabbit. You were careless and lost. This is a competition. If it weren't for the 2 of us, you'd be dead. But Zhuo Feiyang was still unwilling to give up. He did not even have the chance to use the blazing blood and body technique that he had painstakingly mastered. Chu Li coughed and smiled. How about this? If you want to compete, then it'll be the second time. Give me another 200,000 taels, and I'll agree to it immediately. 200,000 taels? Why don't you just rob a bank? Zhuo Feiyang roared. Chu Li's expression did not change in the face of his rage. He smiled and said, I won't take your 200,000 taels for nothing. If I lose, I'll give you 100,000 taels. If you lose, the 200,000 taels will be mine. Fair, right? Fair my ass. Zhuo Feiyang roared. Chu Li shrugged. Then there's no other way. We can only end this. You, despicable, shameless. Zhuo Feiyang cursed. Chu Li sighed and shook his head. Zhuo Feiyang was an extremely selfish and self-centered person. He did not care about what others thought. Even in front of everyone, he did not care about his manners. Chu Li sheathed his sword and closed fist saluted. Elder Chu, Elder He, thank you for your hard work. The 2 of them shook their heads. The tall and fat elder looked at Zhuo Feiyang with pity and passed the banknotes to Chu Li. Young Chu, this is a windfall. Chu Li smiled. It's all thanks to the 2 elders. You little brat. The tall and fat elder smiled and shook his head. He felt sorry for Zhuo Feiyang. Compared to Chu Li, who was mature and steady, Zhuo Feiyang was still a child who did not grow up. He was willful and arrogant. If he could win, it would not be a big deal. After all, it was a battle of martial arts. It was a shame that he lost. Chu Li kept the banknotes and closed fist saluted. He turned around to leave. Wait, Zhuo Feiyang shouted. Chu Li turned around and looked at him. You lost, so be it. Don't be a sore loser. Go back and practice again. I'll challenge again, Zhuo Feiyang shouted. Bai Jijia, go get the banknotes. Yes, young master. Bai Jijia shouted before he ran out of the room. Zhuo Feiyang stared at Chu Li and said coldly, We've agreed. 200,000 taels, and you'll get 100,000 taels. Chu Li smiled. I'm different from you. My words are like nails that come out of my mouth. I'll definitely keep my word. Don't worry. He turned around and closed fist saluted. Elder Chu, Elder He, thank you for your hard work again. Here's 100,000 taels. The tall and fat elder took the banknotes and laughed. Young Chu, you haven't even warmed your hands yet. There's no rush. It's mine. It'll be mine sooner or later. Chu Li smiled. Elder Chu looked at the two of them coldly and did not say a word. Bai Jijia's speed was so fast that Chu Li did not even get to say a few words before Bai Jijia returned. Zhuo Feiyang passed the banknotes to the tall and fat Elder He. Elder He counted it carefully and shook it. Dragon's note from Taiha Bank. 200,000 taels. You can start now. As soon as he finished speaking, he and Elder Chu stood ready. Zhuo Feiyang's hand was on his scabbard as he stared coldly at Chu Li. Blood vessels slowly crept up his face and spread to his eyes and forehead. His handsome face was flushed red, as if he was drunk. Chu Li smiled. The blazing blood and body technique was not a good technique. It was very overbearing. He had seen this technique in the martial art hall, but had abandoned it. It only had 3 attacks and was not as good as the Eternity Blade. The Eternity Blade was a technique that gathered all the energy in the body into one attack. It was more taxing on the body, but it was more powerful. Spiritual energy surged in from all directions. First, he channeled the infinite Azure Sea. After 2 layers, he channeled the Eternity Blade. The power of the two stacked together was beyond imagination. Elder He and Elder Chu looked at each other. They could tell that Zhuo Feiyang was channeling the blazing blood and body technique. They then looked at Chu Li. His face was expressionless as he stood there quietly. It was as if he was not channeling. They could not tell how strong he was. Watch my sword. Zhuo Feiyang's voice boomed in everyone's ears. The sword flashed and disappeared. The tip of the sword seemed to have broken through the limitations of space and appeared in front of Chu Li's chest. Ding! The 2 swords clashed. Zhuo Feiyang's long sword flew out again and fell into the crowd. Chu Li's sword followed the momentum and stabbed towards Zhuo Feiyang's shoulder. Stop! 2 voices shouted. The 2 elders moved at the same time. One pulled Zhuo Feiyang away and the other attacked the long sword. Ding! Chu Li's sword trembled slightly, but did not change its direction. However, Elder Chu's attack slowed the sword down. Zhuo Feiyang dodged it. Chu Li kept his sword and closed fist saluted. Thank you, Elder Chu. Your sword did not hit a vital point. Elder Chu nodded. You have a kind heart. Very good. His palm was numb and it spread to half of his body. He was speechless. Chu Li's inner energy was so deep. He really hit it well. Zhuo Feiyang's face was red as he stared at Chu Li. Chu Li smiled. Do you want to continue? Chu Li. Zhuo Feiyang gritted his teeth. He wanted to tear him apart. Chu Li shook his head and asked the fat Elder He, It's over, right? Of course. Elder He laughed and nodded. You won again. Young Chu, you're amazing. Chu Li smiled and shook his head. I was just lucky. Zhuo Feiyang is too easy to provoke. He's easy to deal with. Huh. Elder He laughed. That was not right. The enraged Zhuo Feiyang had used the blazing blood and burning body technique. His inner energy had increased a few times, making him even harder to deal with. He passed a stack of banknotes to Chu Li and said to Zhuo Feiyang, Young Zhuo, don't be discouraged. A short period of time is nothing. Work hard and earn back the money. Zhuo Feiyang ignored him and stared at Chu Li. Chu Li kept the banknotes and closed fist saluted. Elders, I will take my leave now. Go. Elder He waved his hand and Elder Chu nodded. Chu turned around and closed fist saluted the people around him. He then strode away from the martial arts field and hopped onto a small boat. The people did not leave. They gathered together in disgust. Elder Chu and Elder, he also drifted away. Up, Zhou Feiyang roared to the sky. What's there to be proud about? He's a youth champion, A skinny young man laughed coldly. Chill. The people around him stopped him. This was simply adding fuel to the fire. It was unwise. What's with the SHHH? My words are wrong. Everyone is putting him on a pedestal. The skinny young man scoffed. Brother Gua, don't say anything, don't say anything. A chubby young man next to him waved his hand anxiously. The skinny young man laughed coldly. What's wrong with me saying something? What did you say? Zhou Feiyang suddenly appeared in front of him. He stared at him with bloodshot eyes. What did you say? The skinny young man felt guilty and could not help but take a step back. When he saw the people around him looking at him, his face burned. He felt humiliated. He took a step forward and said coldly, What did I say? You don't deserve to be the youth champion. You want to try? Zhou Feiyang laughed coldly. The skinny young man gritted his teeth. So what if I try? Brother Gua. The chubby young man quickly pulled him back. The skinny young man waved his hand and pushed his hand away. He smiled coldly at Zhou Feiyang. What are you trying to show off in front of everyone? Do it in front of Chu Li if you dare. The name Chu Li almost made Zhou Feiyang go crazy. He gritted his teeth and suddenly struck out with his palm. Chapter 56. Bam! The skinny young man fell to the ground and spat out another mouthful of blood. He struggled to support his upper body and stared at Zhou Feiyang in disbelief. The guard to the public house forbade private fights. A light punishment would be demoted. A heavy punishment would be the removal of one's martial arts and banishment from the public house. No one expected Zhou Feiyang to actually fight, especially in front of so many people. Was he not afraid of being punished by the public house's rules? Zhou Feiyang laughed coldly. You're just a piece of trash, and yet you dare to speak so arrogantly. Do you think you're truly? The crowd was instantly enraged. There was no first place in literature or second place in martial arts. Martial arts practitioners were hot-blooded and competitive. They could not accept each other and wanted to be number one. This was their nature and could not be erased. They were already dissatisfied with Zhou Feiyang's title as the youth champion. Now that they saw Zhou Feiyang being defeated by Chu Li twice, their jealousy and respect had turned into contempt. Seeing how arrogant he was and how he dared to fight in public, they could no longer hold it in. How arrogant! Does he really think he's the youth champion? I thought he was so great. I didn't expect him to be so useless. Trying to show off after the fact. Sigh. How sad. He's the youth champion, but he can't even last one move. How embarrassing. Mother asterisk her. How dare he fight? A burly young man jumped out and pointed at Zhou Feiyang. Zhou, what do you think you're doing? What a bunch of useless people. I'll do whatever I want. Zhou Feiyang glanced at the crowd coldly. His bloodshot eyes looked like he was about to devour someone. His gaze was as sharp as a sword. Their hearts turned cold, and they instinctively became hostile. They were getting angrier. Zhou, how dare you hit people like this? We can't stand it. I'd like to learn a thing or two from you. Everyone be our witnesses. The burly young man scoffed. Zhou Feiyang laughed coldly. Nameless little foot, do you think you're worthy of fighting me? Who do you think you are? You're the youth champion? What a joke. The burly young man mocked. Your reputation is all fake. What kind of bullshit *T genius is that? Very well. Zhou Feiyang roared and threw a punch. Bam! The burly young man did not even have time to react before he was sent flying. He spat out a mouthful of blood in the air and fell to the ground with a thud. He was motionless like a rock and had already fainted. Zhou Feiyang slowly retracted his fist and looked at the crowd coldly. Who's still not convinced? Everyone became even more furious. Allow me. A short and fat young man stood up and said coldly, Zhou Feiyang, looks like you're not that useless after all. Take this. When he punched out, his whole body was thrown along with his fist as fast as a meteor. He had cultivated the extremely powerful meteor fist. Zhuo Feiyong laughed coldly. He took a step forward and punched out. Ah! With a blood-curdling scream, the short and stout young man retreated while clutching his fist. His face was pale, and in the blink of an eye, beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. Idiots who overestimate themselves. Zhuo Feiyong sneered. He did not even bother to look at them. He swept his gaze across the crowd. Who else wants to challenge me? The short and stout young man loosened his grip. Everyone looked over and felt a chill in their hearts. His hand was broken at the wrist, revealing the white bones underneath. He was a practitioner of the meteor punch, and his fists were exceptionally hard. Yet, he had been reduced to such a state. It was evident that Zhuo Feiyong's punch was extremely powerful. The crowd was shocked and frowned. Zhuo Feiyong was not as weak as they thought. Zhuo Feiyong glanced at the crowd and laughed coldly. A bunch of scoundrels. What? Do you think that I'm not worthy of my reputation and that you guys are stronger than me? Idiots! Come at me. Whoever is not convinced, come at me. Let me experience your swordsmanship. A tall and skinny young man slowly walked out from the crowd. His face was solemn and serious. They did not dare to underestimate Zhuo Feiyong's martial arts, but he was too arrogant and arrogant. They were not willing to retreat like this, so they had to fight him. Even if they lost, they would be convinced. Come at me. Zhuo Feiyong unsheathed his sword and laughed coldly. If I don't beat you up today, my surname is not Zhuo. His words angered the crowd again. Everyone was discussing and cursing under their breaths. The martial arts field was filled with a buzzing sound. Zhuo Feiyong unsheathed his sword and scoffed. I'll let you have 3 strikes. The tall and skinny young man unsheathed his sword and stabbed out 3 times. It was swift and light, but Zhuo Feiyong only had to move his body slightly to avoid it. It was easy and effortless. 3 moves. Zhuo Feiyong shouted and punched out. Ding! The long sword flew out and landed behind the crowd. Zhuo Feiyong retracted his fist and laughed coldly. Useless. Is there anyone else who wants to try again? None of them can even last 2 moves against me. The crowd started to calm down. Those who had challenged him earlier were all top-notch martial artists. They were eager to claim the title of the youth champion, and they thought that they were qualified. The rest of them knew that they were no match for them, so they came out to fight Zhuo Feiyong. Zhuo Feiyong glanced at the crowd. When he saw that no one stood out, he said disdainfully, "A bunch of useless people." He turned around and left. Bai Jijia glared at them and quickly followed. As he followed behind Zhuo Feiyong, he complained to himself and said softly, "Master, we're in trouble now. Send me back, then look for Elder Ding." Zhuo Feiyong scoffed. Yes. Bai Jijia quickly nodded. Zhuo Feiyong was brought into the public house by Elder Ding. He was the high official elder of the martial arts hall. The Zhuo family had helped Elder Ding a long time ago, so he brought Zhuo Feiyong into the public house. Now that Zhuo Feiyong was in trouble, he had no choice but to use his connections. Beating someone up in front of so many people was a serious violation of the public house's rules. He might even be expelled from the public house. As soon as Zhuo Feiyong boarded the boat, his face turned as white as a sheet. He sat down weakly. Bai Jijia did not panic. He already had experience with this. He knew that this was the side effect of using the burning blood and body technique. He would be fine in 2 days. Chuli returned to the East Garden. Liu was so happy that he could not even close his mouth. When they reached the East Garden and entered the courtyard, Liu laughed out loud. How satisfying! How satisfying! Chuli smiled and sat beside the stone table. What's so satisfying about it? I bet Zhuo Feiyong is going to be pissed off. He won't dare to go against you anymore. Liu laughed. 300,000 taels. That's going to ruin him, right? Chuli shook his head. The Zhuo family has a lot of money. It won't hurt them. He's that rich. Otherwise, how could Zhuo Feiyong be so talented? Wasn't it all because of the spirit medicine he ate since he was young? Chuli shook his head and sighed. But I didn't get to slap him twice on the spot. It's a pity. He had thought of doing so, but in the end, he gave up. Doing so would have been too much. It would have been a big loss for a small gain. There was no need to act according to the law. He had already lost all his face this time. It had almost destroyed his confidence. Sigh. Liu shook his head and sighed. He's really unlucky to have met you. You're the bane of his existence. Chuli laughed. I'm not a bane of his existence. There are many people stronger than me. The youth champion. This title belongs to you now. Liu grinned. Brother, I'm afraid there will be a lot of challenges in the future. Chuli said, all right, the old rules. 100,000 taels. Ah. Liu's eyes widened. Chuli smiled. I won't agree to anything less than 100,000 taels. That's two. Liu shook his head. That's not right. It's not good to have a reputation of being greedy. We're scribes. We'll be promoted in the future. Who would dare to use you? Chuli smiled. My time is precious. Don't disturb me if you don't have 100,000 taels. This was also exposing his own weakness. It was a way for those who were hostile to him to find a way to deal with him. If he was under someone else, he would have to take his reputation into consideration. But Xiao Qi was different. She could see straight into people's hearts. His omniscient mirror could hide from her detection and gain her trust. His reputation did not matter. This kind of self-deprecation was in line with human nature. Everyone needed an excuse to look down on others and comfort themselves. Chuli was just giving them an excuse. People would say to themselves that his martial arts was pretty good, but he was too greedy for money and was not worthy of being seen in a decent place. Liu sighed. Brother, this is not a small matter. You should think about it. Chuli smiled. There won't be any challenges in the near future. I'll return to the Jade Guardian Island first. Go ahead. Let the beautiful servant help you relax. Liu chuckled. His face was full of mischief. Chuli glared at him and steered the boat back to the Jade Guardian Island. In the courtyard, Xueling was dressed in a white outfit. She looked valiant, and her face was as beautiful as a flower under the bright sun. She was slowly practicing the 8 forms of crescent cryptic. When she saw him, she stopped and served him a white jade teacup. Master, did you win? Chuli replied lazily. He sat in the pagoda and absorbed the energy of the glories will tree. He channeled the healing heart technique and quickly erased the small internal injuries. He adjusted his body to its best condition. Xueling's bright eyes fell on his face and sized him up. Chuli looked at her. She looked straight at him. Masters were lost? Of course. Chuli smiled. I won. Do you think he will win too? Isn't he the youth champion? Xueling asked. He is very strong. Chuli nodded. If he did not have the life and death scripture, he would not have dared to practice the infinite azure sea or the eternity blade. He would not have been Zhuo Feiyang's opponent. The blazing blood and body technique was very powerful and difficult to practice. Zhuo Feiyang was able to master it in such a short period of time. So you are the youth champion then? Xueling's eyes were sparkling. Chuli laughed. Youth champion? You can't take it seriously. All right, let's continue practicing. He pointed at the iron rod outside the pagoda. Xueling bit her treasure and nodded helplessly. Chuli walked outside the pagoda and began to practice the 72 forms of the sentient menace. Xueling fiercely struck him with the iron rod. Bam! Chuli was as steady as a rock. His movements were unaffected. Xueling followed up with another strike. Bam, 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 bam. One strike after another. Xueling counted her breaths. One strike every 5 breaths. The door to the small courtyard opened. Suru walked in wearing an apricot gown. She smiled. You are very steady. Chuli stopped his practice and accompanied her to the pagoda. Xueling served them tea and stood aside. Suru was as beautiful as jade. She smiled. You are in the limelight again. Chuli smiled. Chief, you know about the challenge. Did you know that Zhuo Feiyang went crazy after you left? Suru smiled. Chuli was stunned. Suru sighed and shook her head. This is difficult. This guy is too immature. Chuli asked what happened. Suru told him what happened. Chuli frowned. Is he going to be kicked out of the public house? That would be a pity. Although Zhuo Feiyang was not on good terms with him and could destroy him at any time, he was still a genius to the public house. He was a talent that was worth training. P.S. Please recommend me. I need everyone's support. Give me motivation. A. Chapter 57. Suru sighed and shook her head. He injured a few people. He was punished because the first person attacked out of anger. As for the others, they challenged him first, so the punishment was not heavy. If that's the case, the punishment wasn't severe? Chu raised his eyebrows and smiled. Has the punishment been announced? Zhuo Feiyang's connections must have played a part in this. Otherwise, he would not have been able to differentiate which one it was. He would have just punished both of them together. Yes, Mrs. already decided. Suru sized him up. Report it to the eldest young master. Let's see if the eldest young master approves of it. After all, this concerns a genius. We have to be cautious. Chu smiled and said, Don't worry, Chief. I still have a little bit of tolerance in my heart. Zhuo Feiyang is my boy of fortune. If he really leaves, I'll be quite reluctant. You. Suru rolled her eyes at him. He was very satisfied with Zhuo Feiyang's cleverness. He had personally come over to talk to Zhuo Feiyang because he did not want Zhuo Feiyang to have a knot in his heart and feel that he was protecting Zhuo Feiyang. Suru said, Lady Zhao's punishment is for him to be stationed at Ascending Cloud Town for 3 years. Miss handled it very cleverly. Ascending Cloud Town was 2,000 miles away from Chongming Town, but it was only slightly less bustling than Chongming Town. It seemed like a heavy punishment to leave the government office, but the places they were stationed in were very different. Some were bustling and warm like spring, while some were poor and cold. Ascending Cloud Town was quite a distance away from Chongming Town. Most people did not know much about it and thought that it was a cold and desolate place, but in reality, it was not a harsh place. When Co. Chi heard this punishment, she swung the wooden plank down gently. It served as a warning to the bystanders and also made Zhuo Feiyang feel grateful. Suru smiled. You don't think that Lady Xiao is biased, do you? Chief. Chu shook his head and laughed. If I were the lady, it would be the same. After all, I'm a genius. You're still jealous. Suru laughed. She heaved a sigh of relief. If he didn't mind at all, he would have minded it even more. Chu said, Zhuo Feiyang will find trouble with me sooner or later. Of course he's not convinced. Suru said, This is also a reminder for you, so that you won't be satisfied and lose your motivation. You must understand Lady Zhao's painstaking efforts. I understand. Thank you, lady. Chu helplessly closed fists saluted. Suru pursed her lips and smiled. All right, I have another piece of good news for you. Sending Zhuo Feiyang away is already good news. From now on, I can have some peace and quiet, Chu said lazily. Suru rolled her eyes at him. From today onwards, you will be promoted to rank 5. Rank 5? Chu was stunned. He was very surprised. Ranks required years of experience. 9 ranks in 3 years, 8 ranks in 10 years, 7 ranks in 20 years, 6 ranks in 40 years, and 5 ranks in 70 years. 5 ranks was already the peak of a normal imperial bodyguard. Without any outstanding meritorious service, the highest rank they could achieve in their lifetime was 5 ranks. It was difficult to be promoted, and the higher one went, the harder it would be. The contributions he had made when he was a handyman were nothing compared to his current level 6 status. As a level 6, he needed an astonishing amount of contributions to be promoted to level 5. Suru smiled and said, You've killed 10 and 8 masters from the Ren Public House last time. That's enough for you to reach rank 5. The lady suppressed it a little. Now that the time is right, there shouldn't be any gossip. Chu was now the youth champion. After Zhuo Feiyang went crazy, everyone understood that it was not Zhuo Feiyang who was weak, but Chu who was too powerful. No one in the martial arts field could withstand a single move from Zhuo Feiyang, but Zhuo Feiyang could not withstand a single move from Chu. Thank you, lady. Chu fist saluted. Suru said, You have to be careful in the future. After all, many people are watching you. Understood. Chu nodded. Early in the morning, the sun shone brightly, illuminating Chongming Town. Outside the south gate of Chongming Town, Zhuo Feiyang was dressed in a sapphire blue robe. His jade-like face was calm. He was like a different person from before. Bai Jijia led 2 horses and followed behind him. Both of them looked back at Chongming Town with complicated expressions. Master, let's go. We have to hurry there. Bai Jijia said. Okay. Zhuo Feiyang answered absent-mindedly, his eyes still lingering on the town gate. By Jijia's side, he knew who Zhuo Feiyang was waiting for. But now, both of them were like stray dogs. They had offended everyone in the public house. It was unrealistic to expect Lady Zhao to send them off. Master, Bai Jijia said. Zhuo Feiyang waved his hand. His face darkened, and he turned around. Bai Jijia quickly handed him the reins. Zhuo Feiyang turned his head to look again, then leaped onto the horse's back. He sat on the horse and turned his head to look again. Finally, he sighed in disappointment. His body became shorter, as if he had become stooped. Go! He shook the reins and shouted weakly. Brother Zhuo! A sweet voice was heard. Zhuo Feiyang turned around and pulled the reins hard. Suddenly, the horse reared up and neighed. Zhuo Feiyang's eyes widened in excitement. He stared at Zhao Ying, who was gliding towards him. Zhao Ying was dressed in a light green gown. She walked towards him lightly. Brother Zhuo! Zhuo Feiyang grinned. Sister Zhao, you're finally here. Zhao Ying sighed. Brother Zhuo, are you really leaving? Zhuo Feiyang said helplessly. I have to leave today. Sister Zhao, come with me. Zhao Ying was stunned and looked at him in surprise. Zhuo Feiyang said, Sister Zhao, I only have you now. Everyone in the public house hates me and laughs at me. Only you care about me. Sister Zhao, come with me to the ascending cloud town. I don't want to go alone. He knew that Zhao Ying was kind and soft-hearted. If he acted pitiful, he might be able to move her heart. Zhao Ying quickly shook her head. Brother Zhuo, you've misunderstood. Can't I? Zhuo Feiyang looked at her in disappointment. You're not coming with me? Brother Zhuo, I have to listen to the martial arts hall's orders. How can I go with you? Zhao Ying quickly said. Don't think too much. The public house hasn't given up on you. Zhuo Feiyang smiled bitterly. Exiled for 3 years. Isn't that giving up? How many crimes have you committed? Zhao Ying said. How many people have you beaten up? If I don't punish you, all the protectors won't let you off. I heard that the ascending cloud town is very prosperous. You won't have to suffer there. How do you know? Zhuo Feiyang's face suddenly darkened. He smiled coldly. It's Chuli. He must have told you, right? Zhao Ying hesitated for a moment, then slowly nodded. Zhuo Feiyang laughed coldly. I know. Sister Zhao, you like Chuli more. It's been like that since the beginning. Brother Zhuo, Zhao Ying quickly said. Zhuo Feiyang scoffed. Don't think that I'm stupid. Sister Zhao, the way you look at him is completely different from how I look at him. Zhao Ying said, Brother Zhuo, it's getting late. Let's go. Train hard when we get there. Don't give up. I'll definitely get my revenge. Zhuo Feiyang laughed coldly. Sister Zhao, tell Chu Li to wash his neck and prepare to die. Brother Zhao Ying stared at him unhappily. Zhuo Feiyang scoffed and leaped onto his horse. He did not even look at Zhao Ying as he rode away. Bai Jijia gave a fist salute and hurriedly urged his horse to catch up. The two of them quickly disappeared into the distance. Chapter 58. Early in the morning, the sun shone brightly, and the air was fresh and moist. In the courtyard of the Jade Guardian Island, Chu Li sat in the pagoda with his eyebrows furrowed. He did not move an inch. Xueling stood beside him and looked at him helplessly. The aura of the glories will tree circulated rapidly in his body, following the path of the minute pulse cleansing art, continuously strengthening his meridians. The glories will tree's spiritual chi was pure, strengthening the effects of the minute pulse cleansing art by 30%, making his meridians even more resilient. However, he was not happy at all. Thoughts popped up in his mind one after another, but they were quickly extinguished as he pondered over why the sentient menace had stagnated. After using the iron rod for 10 days, it gradually lost its effectiveness. He switched to a bronze rod, but it didn't work. He switched to a saber, but it didn't work. He switched to a sword, but it didn't work either. Swords and sabers did not harm the body, but only tore the clothes. However, he knew that this level of sentient menace would not be able to stop a top-notch master, especially a top-notch disciple from the Tempest Temple. After Zhuo Feiyang left, he did not let his guard down. Instead, he He worked even harder. The threat of the Tempest Temple and the Rin Public House were like two swords hanging over his head. The Gloriesville tree catalyzed the growth of the herbs in the courtyard. The Schwanley grass grew especially fast and could be harvested in a week. Hopefully, the medicinal bath method would be effective. Sigh. He shook his head and sighed. The sentient menace was indeed not that easy to cultivate. At this stage, it seemed to have reached a bottleneck. Could it only block ordinary swords and sabers? He was in such a hurry to cultivate the sentient menace because he wanted to get rid of his weakness. Once the Eternity Blade was unleashed, he needed a short period of time to recover. This period of time was short and undetectable. If he were to face an attack from a top expert or a group of people, there would still be a hint of danger. However, with the sentient menace, there was nothing to fear. Xueling could not help but ask, "Master, why don't we go to the martial arts hall to take a look?" "Martial arts hall?" Chuli looked up at her beautiful face. Xueling said, "There are many secret manuals in the Hall of Martial Arts. Maybe there are cultivation methods." Chuli shook his head. "Very few people cultivate the sentient menace." "What if there is?" Xueling said. Chuli pondered for a moment. What you said makes sense. Let's go to the martial arts hall and take a look." "I'll accompany Master," Xueling quickly said. "With my rank, I can also enter the martial arts hall." "No need." Chuli waved his hand. Xue bit her red lips and whispered, "Master, I want to go and have a look too." Chuli looked at her strangely. "You can go by yourself." "It'll be troublesome if I go alone. Many people will come over to talk to me. It's so annoying." Xueling scoffed. "It doesn't work no matter how hard I try. Everyone is shameless." Chuli looked at her and smiled. Her expression had always been like this, cold and arrogant. No matter how hard she tried to change her expression, it wouldn't change much. Those who dared to approach her were all thick-skinned and dared to face her cold arrogance. "Master, are you afraid that Sister Zhao will see it?" Xueling suddenly laughed and looked at him strangely. Chuli scoffed. "What are you afraid of? We're innocent. I'm just afraid that junior sister Zhao doesn't think so." Xueling's smile widened. Her face had always been cold, but when she smiled like this, it was as dazzling as snow. Chuli said, "All right then, I'll bring you there to have a look." "Thank you, Master," Xueling hurriedly said. Xueling steered the boat and left the Jade Guardian Island. Soon, they arrived at the martial arts hall. The two of them stepped onto the shore under the bright sunlight and entered the training field. The originally lively training field suddenly became silent. Everyone stopped and made way for them. Although Chu Li was surprised, his expression did not change. His pace did not change as he slowly walked forward. Xueling followed closely behind him, blindly following his steps. "Brother Chu," someone closed fist saluted and laughed. Chu Li closed fist saluted and returned the greeting. "Brother Chu, Brother Chu." Immediately, everyone closed fist saluted one after another. Chu Li kept his fist saluted and smiled. He greeted everyone one by one. Brother Meng, Brother He, Brother Fong. He called out everyone's surname clearly. The training field was extremely lively. Chu Li did not stop and finally passed through the path that everyone had made for him. He entered the main hall of the martial arts hall, checked his waist tag, and went up to the second floor. Xueling's eyes were shining. She proudly puffed out her chest, feeling proud. Chu Li secretly sighed. This world was like this. Martial arts was number one. Everyone respected the strong of the martial arts world. That was why people desperately cultivated and desperately pursued martial arts. On the second floor, Chu Li directly took out a book and handed it to Xueling. It was a book about the cultivation of Crescent Cryptic. Xueling took it and flipped through it. She was quickly attracted. Chu Li began to walk around on the second floor. He walked one round and went up to the third floor. In the end, he walked around the entire martial arts hall and came back disappointed. There really was no sentient menace cultivation experience. He said goodbye to Xueling and directly left the martial arts hall. Xueling absent-mindedly responded and was completely immersed in the secret manual. He sailed to the library. Compared to the martial arts hall, the books in the library were more diverse. Not only were there martial arts secret manuals, but there were also some martial arts anecdotes and rumors. He planned to look around the library and come back to read when he had time. He took out a book and read for a while. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. This book recorded a strange story. It was said that in ancient times, there was a small alcade. It was an ancient secret technique for spirits to transform. Later, it was studied and modified by the cultivators. Humans could cultivate it, especially women. After cultivating it, it was like reincarnating and living a new life. Their original skin would fade, and they would become no different from a baby. Their appearance would also change. He closed the book and pondered. This secret technique was interesting, especially for the women from the Raging Tiger Troop. They generally had a sense of inferiority. They felt that they were unclean and unclean. Therefore, when they faced him, they would be restrained and would not dare to look him in the eye. He rarely returned to the residence and went to the Leisure Cloud pub because he did not want them to feel awkward and uncomfortable. When they saw him, they would think of their origins and would not be able to lift their heads. He could change their lives and fates, but he could not change their views. If they cultivated this alcade, it would be like they had changed into a new person. It would be like being reborn. Presumably, their inferiority and bitterness would disappear, and they would be able to face life with their heads held high. There were few cultivators who cultivated the alcade. Firstly, it was painful and unbearable. It was like entering purgatory. Almost everyone gave up. Secondly, it required precious herbs to bathe in. Most importantly, it purely changed one's physique, shedding one's skin to make one more beautiful. Like a foundation heart technique, it did not have much power. Chuli pondered and searched in his mind. There was no alcade. The martial arts hall should not have this technique. He did not know if the library had it. Thinking of this, he sped up his reading to find it. In the evening, he suddenly remembered that he had left Shui Ling in the martial arts hall. He went to the martial arts hall, but Shui Ling was no longer there. When he returned to the courtyard on the Jade Guardian Island, Shui Ling was practicing the 8 Crescent Cryptic. Seeing him enter, Shui Ling did not say a word. She did not even look at him. Her red lips were tightly pursed, and her face was like jade. Chuli chuckled and sat in the pagoda. Shui Ling was still practicing and did not serve him hot tea, as usual. Chuli said slowly, "Did you learn anything?" "No." Shui Ling scoffed with a tight face. "Then did anyone strike up a conversation?" "No." Shui Ling scoffed and turned her head to glare at him. Chapter 59. Chuli smiled. "Looks like I'm still useful." Shui pursed her lips and smiled. Thinking of Chu Li's prestige at that time, her heart could not help but sway. Chu Li said, "From now on, you can go to the martial arts hall whenever you want." Shui Ling rolled her eyes at him and said, "I'm going alone. I'm not going with you." Chu Li smiled. "I went to the library and lost track of time while I was reading. Did you really not find anything?" "I'm all right." Shui Ling shook her head and sighed. She realized that the notes on the Crescent Cryptic's cultivation were very ordinary. It could be used as a reference for her, but it was not very useful. It was far inferior to the 8 Crescent Cryptic. Chu Li said, "No matter what, you must practice the 8 forms of Crescent Cryptic well. You haven't achieved the essence yet. The more you practice it, the better the effect will be, and the faster your Crescent Cryptic will advance." Understood. Shui nodded. She had read the cultivation notes for the Crescent Cryptic, and only then did she value the 8 forms of Crescent Cryptic even more. She knew how exquisite it was, and she felt that Chu Li was even more amazing. All the cultivation notes for the Crescent Cryptic in the martial arts hall were limited to the heart technique, and no one had created a martial art like the 8 forms of Crescent Cryptic to complement it. Chu Li could be said to be the pioneer. Chu Li sat in the pagoda again and threw a torso refinement pill into his mouth. He treated the tendon-connecting pill like candy. He would take one whenever he had nothing to do. The effects were getting worse and worse, but it was always effective. Over time, the changes in his meridians were obvious. At critical moments, he could use the infinite Azure Sea. Shui Ling withdrew her stance and entered the small teacup. The red clay stove in the gazebo quickly emitted white steam and gurgled. Chuli looked at the sky thoughtfully, lost in thought. He was using the energy of the glories will tree to cultivate the minute pulse cleansing technique. The minute pulse cleansing technique was compatible with the torso refinement pill, and the effect was excellent. Shui gently brewed the tea. Her movements were elegant and smooth. It was pleasing to the eye. Unfortunately, Chuli did not look at it. She was a little disappointed. Master the tea. Shueling presented the white jade teacup with both hands. Chuli took it, took a sip, and smiled in admiration. Shueling's entire body instantly felt light, and the corners of her delicate lips could not help but curl up. It was early evening, and Chongming Town was very lively. However, the street where the Leisure Cloud pub was located was very quiet. The Leisure Cloud pub was as noisy as the main street in the center of the city. Graceful young ladies shuttled back and forth between the tables, adding a touch of charm to the pub. A young man dressed in embroidered clothes swaggered to the front of the Leisure Cloud pub. Beside him was an ordinary-looking manservant of about 16 or 17 years of age. The manservant nodded and bowed. "Young master, Leisure Cloud pub." "That's right, it's here." The young man took out a snow-white fan and waved it. Looking at the words Leisure Cloud Tavern, he nodded his head in satisfaction. The words are well written. However, given this location, will the business be good? There's no one here. He was plump and short, and his neck was especially thick. His chubby face was full of pimples, some red and some white, making it hard to look at. "Young master, I heard that the business here is very good. If you come late, there won't be a seat." The manservant hurriedly said, "Let's go in quickly before there are really no seats left." "There's no hurry." The young man in embroidered clothes waved his fan and said confidently, "I'm here. Even if there aren't any seats, there must be seats." "Young master, domineering." The manservant hurriedly gave him a thumbs up and praised. "Young master, just say the word and they will have to give way even if they don't want to." "Haha, it's good that you understand." The young man in embroidered clothes raised his head proudly. The two of them were standing in front of the tavern, commenting on each other. Two young men hurried over and saw them standing outside. They looked at them strangely, thinking that these two were not normal. Since they were already here, why didn't they hurry in? They took a step forward and lifted the curtains to enter. As the thick curtains moved, a cool air came from inside, mixed with a hint of delicate fragrance. The young man in embroidered clothes flat, nose twitched a few times. He smiled and said, "It smells good, I like it." The manservant hurriedly said, "Young master, let's go in." "Let's go." The young man in embroidered clothes waved his fan. The manservant hurriedly went forward and lifted the curtains. Instantly, the cool air and delicate fragrance wafted into their noses. Two beautiful women came forward to welcome them. Chuning bowed slightly and smiled lightly. "Young master, I'm really sorry. There are no seats left tonight. Young master, you can make an appointment for tomorrow. We will definitely make room for you tomorrow." "There are no seats left." The young man in embroidered clothes looked around and realized that it was very cool inside. There must be a lot of ice cubes. The beautiful woman in front of him exuded a delicate fragrance, which made him very excited. The manservant said loudly, "It is an honor for your tavern to have my young master here. Quickly make room. Here, this is 100 taels for you." He took out a banknote from his pocket and handed it to Chuning. Chuning took a step back and smiled as she waved her hand. She looked at her companion Chen Shui and shook her head helplessly. This situation had happened a few times. Chen Shui had an oval face, snow-white skin, and red lips. Her curved eyebrows slanted to her temples, and her eyes were full of spirit. Although she was not as beautiful as Xiao Qi, she was still a great beauty. Chuning smiled and said, "Young master, this is not appropriate." "Why is it not appropriate?" "Let me do it." The manservant waved his hand arrogantly and took 2 steps forward to the main hall. He waved the 100 taels banknote in his hand and said, "Gentlemen, if anyone is finishing their meal and vacate a seat, I will give you 100 taels. This is a small token of my appreciation. Thank you very much." He smiled and cupped his fists. The hall became quiet. His words were loud and clear, full of vigor. Everyone glanced at him, and then looked at the embroidered, clothed youth. They shook their heads and laughed in spite of themselves. They continued with their own topics, and no one paid him any attention. The manservant waited for a while, but there was no movement. He furrowed his brows. Money could move the gods, and could even make ghosts turn millstones. However, it had failed today. 100 taels of silver was not a small sum. Just giving up his seat was a huge profit. Chuning smiled and said, "Young man, I'm really sorry. Please don't disturb the guests. Please come back tomorrow. I'll definitely give you the best seats." "Young master?" The manservant looked at the young man in embroidered clothes awkwardly. The young man in embroidered clothes snorted. "Reveal your identity." The servant hesitated. "But Master Young?" Guy Benzodiazepine, the manservant nodded helplessly. He coughed lightly and said solemnly, "My young master is Feng Wan, and my master is Feng Shirkai." Feng Shirkai. People whispered to each other. Soon, two people stood up and said loudly, "So it's the young master of Hero Feng. Come, let's sit at the same table." The young man in embroidered clothes, Feng Wan, waved his fan proudly. The manservant smiled and hurriedly cupped his fists and bowed. "Thank you both. Thank you very much." The two came to the table for two people. There were only two people sitting at the square table. It was just right for Feng Wan and the young man to sit down. Feng Wan casually cupped his fists. "Thank you very much. I haven't asked for your names." The two young men were the ones who had rushed in earlier. They reported their names. Feng Wan did not care and was too lazy to remember them. The manservant stood at the side. "How is Hero Feng recently?" "Not bad. He scolds people loudly and hits people with great force." "Haha, that's good. Hero Feng is old but strong. I'm impressed. He uses all his energy on me. He hits and scolds me all day long. That's because of Hero Feng's kindness." Bullsh *T. What has Hero Feng been doing recently? What else can he be doing? He scolds and hits people, old man. Sigh. The two young men shook their heads helplessly. It was inevitable that a man's wife would be unvirtuous and his son would be unfilial. Even someone as smart as Hero Feng had such a son. "Hee, I haven't asked for your name yet." Feng Wan ignored the two young men. He stared at Chuning and smiled. "I am Feng. Mr. Feng, please order." Chuning smiled and nodded. She did not feel anything about Feng Wan's perverted face. Men were all like this. When they saw a beautiful woman, they would not be able to move. Some would hide it, some would show it directly. There was no difference. "Okay, give me your best dishes." Feng Wan smiled and waved his hand. "Miss, your name is?" "My name is Chuning." Good. "You are beautiful, and your name is beautiful too. You two complement each other." Feng Wan clapped his hands and praised. Chuning secretly shook her head. Another person who pretended to be cultured. "Here, this is a gift from my master." The servant saw Feng Wan's look and took out a banknote from his pocket and handed it to Chuning. "Quickly thank my master." Chuning waved her hand and did not take the banknote. "Thank you, Mr. Feng. But we have a rule here. We don't accept gifts." "What a strange rule." Feng Wan laughed. "You don't accept money. This is the first time." "Okay, I like it." Chuning smiled apologetically. She bowed and turned to leave. Wait, Feng Wan hurriedly said. "I would like to ask Miss Chun, how much is your annual salary working here? Why is Mr. Feng asking this?" Chuning smiled. Feng Wan smiled and waved his fan. "My family also has a restaurant. I would like to invite Miss Chun over to help. No matter what, I will pay you 3 times the salary." As he spoke, he raised 3 thick and short fingers. "I like this place very much. I don't want to go anywhere else. Thank you for your kindness." Chuning smiled and shook her head. She turned and left. Feng Wan opened his mouth, but Chuning had already walked far away. The servant whispered, "Master, should I go and ask?" "There's no need." Feng Wan waved his hand. He stared at Chunying's beautiful back and smiled coldly. He hated rejection from women the most. His ugly face made him nauseous, but he would not allow other women to be nauseous. If they rejected him, they would have to bear his wrath. For the next 2 days, Feng Wan came every day. After sitting down, he would drink and eat while staring at Chuning. It was obvious that he was infatuated with Chuning. On a sunny morning, Chuli finished his work in the East Garden. After his illness was healed, he went to the lake and rested under the willow tree. He looked at the clear and bright lake. Zhao Ying was dressed in a lake green gown. She sailed a small boat and floated over. Chuli smiled and waved from afar. Zhao Ying leaped onto the shore and came closer to him. She brought a delicate fragrance with her. She squinted her eyes and scoffed. "Brother, it's very enjoyable to have beautiful maids following you around." Chuli smiled and waved his hand. "Is the pub okay?" Zhao Ying stopped smiling and frowned. "It's nothing serious. There are some infatuated people who have fallen in love with Miss Chun and the others." Chuli looked at her. "Sister Chun and the others are very beautiful. There must be men who like them. It's not surprising, right?" Chuli frowned and asked, "How many of them are there?" "4 or 5. Zhao Ying saw that his expression was not right. She softened her voice. "They come every day. They are infatuated." Chapter 60. Chuli frowned. "There are quite a lot of people here. I will go and take a look." "Brother, is there really a problem?" Zhao Ying frowned. To her, it was normal. Chun Ying and the other girls were all beautiful. It was not strange for a man to fall in love with a beauty. Chuli shook his head and sighed. "It might not be a good thing. What's the problem? There have been many cases of love turning into hate. We've only met a few times. It's just a liking. It's not to the extent of hate, right?" Zhao Ying was doubtful. To her, love at first sight was a joke. It was a superficial impulse. They did not understand each other and fell in love with each other after just a few glances. They were not serious at all. How could a person who is not serious about love turn to hate and do something like that? Chuli said, "It's better to go and take a look." "All right then, you should go and take a look," Zhao Ying said with a smile. Ever since the opening, he rarely went there again. It was as if he did not care about it. Chuli smiled. He wanted to avoid arousing suspicion. He did not want the girls to feel awkward and bring up unpleasant memories. Chuli quickly changed the topic and told her some interesting news. Zhao Ying's attention was quickly diverted. She no longer pestered him about his maids. In the evening, Chongming town was brightly lit. Although the street where the Leisure Cloud pub was located was quiet, it was as bright as day. Rows of lanterns were hung densely. Chu Li and Liu strolled down the street. Liu looked around and praised. "This is a good place. Who would have thought that the opposite side would be so lively?" Chu Li nodded. The two slowly walked to the front of the Leisure Cloud pub. Liu looked around. The Leisure Cloud pub looked ordinary. It did not look luxurious. It was similar to the surrounding shops. It was cold and quiet. Chu Li lifted the curtain and walked in. Suddenly, the noise and coolness, mixed with a delicate fragrance, greeted him. "Master!" Chun Ying and Chun Shui's eyes lit up. Chu Li smiled. "Are there any seats left?" "What a coincidence! There's still one." Chun Ying smiled sweetly. Chu Li smiled. "I will sit with Brother Li. Come with me." Chun Ying and Chun Shui walked slowly. Their arrival did not attract any attention. Chun Ying and Chun Shui quickly led them to a square table. The surrounding tables were already filled with people. Liu laughed. It's so lively. He didn't expect the outside to be so cold and quiet, but the inside was a completely different world. Chun Ying smiled and looked at Liu. "Master Li, this place is always full every night. Brother Chu, you have good foresight. You can still make money in this corner of the world." Liu laughed. Chu Li smiled. "Brother Li, you can order the dishes. Give me 4 dishes that I like." "All right." Chun Ying and Chun Shui agreed with a smile. They had cooked in the mansion before and knew his appetite and preferences. Liu looked at the menu and carefully selected 6 dishes. Chun Shui left with Chun Ying by her side. She smiled sweetly and said, "Master, have you been busy recently?" "Yes, I'm very busy. You can ask Brother Li if you don't believe me." Chu Li pointed at Liu. Yes. Liu chuckled. "Some of the flowers in the garden are sick. I've been busy treating them. Sigh. I'm so worried about them. He glared at Chu Li, but could not tell what Chu Li was busy with. I see. Chunning pursed her lips and smiled. She stared at Chu Li as if she wanted to see if he was telling the truth. Chu Li's gaze fell on Fengwen. Fengwen was squinting his toad eyes and looking at him. His eyes were cold and murderous. Chu Li activated the omniscient mirror and frowned. Master, that is Fengwen, Master Feng. Chen said. Chun Shui brought a cup of tea and left with a smile. What's his background? Chu Li took a sip of tea. Chen said, Feng Shikai, the son of Hero Feng. Feng Shikai? Chu Li turned his head and looked at Li Yu. Li Yu shook his head. Obviously, he had never heard of him. Chen smiled. I heard that Hero Feng Shikai is an innate master. He's very famous and warm-hearted. He's highly respected in the martial arts world. Highly respected. Chu Li looked at Fengwen. But this Master Feng has been here for the past few days. He's been staring at me, but he hasn't crossed the line. I'll just let him be. Chen smiled. Have you asked about his character? Chu Li asked. Chen hesitated for a moment and shook her head. Stay away from him. Chu Li frowned. This guy's martial arts is quite good. Chen was surprised. Master Feng knows martial arts. Perfected acquired. Chu Li said, he's a wolf in sheep's clothing. I didn't expect that. Chen shook her head. I thought he didn't know martial arts and was just an elegant young master. He's very good at disguising himself. Chu Li said, be careful. Don't go out alone these days. He knows? Chen was surprised. Chu Li said, it's never wrong to be careful. Okay. Chen nodded hesitantly. She felt that Chu Li was being too careful. This Master Feng didn't seem like a brave person. He came every day to stare at her and did nothing else. Chu Li looked at her and smiled. This Fengwen looked ugly on the outside, and his heart was equally ugly. He was a guy with a twisted mind. It was best not to provoke such a person. If he went crazy, he wouldn't even know what he would do. The pub closed in the middle of the night. Chun and the rest were exhausted. They felt like their bones were falling apart. They were physically and mentally exhausted. Even though there were more than 20 of them, it was tiring to deal with so many people. Let's go eat something good. Someone suggested. Okay, let's go to Sky Inn. Actually, our food is not any worse than Sky Inn. How can our food taste as good as someone else's? We serve others all day long. Let's enjoy the feeling of being served. Come, let's go to Sky Inn. Sky Inn is quite expensive. Little rich lady, you've earned quite a lot. The pub's income was divided into 52 portions. Chu Li and Zhao Ying each had a portion, and the rest of them had a portion each. A day's profit was not a small amount, even if it was divided into 52 portions. Moreover, they all had savings. Okay, let's go to Sky Inn and have a feast. The ladies laughed. They wanted to relax. They left Leisure Cloud Pub and went to the main street. The main street was still very lively. There seemed to be no difference between day and night in the town. There were people all the time. More than 20 women chatted and laughed as they walked on the main street. It was very eye-catching. Many people looked at them, thinking that they were girls from a brothel. However, they saw that they were dressed simply and had a reserved temperament. They did not look like prostitutes, so they were even more curious. Chen looked around. Chu Li had instructed her not to go out alone. Although she did not agree with him, she obeyed him. She had to listen to Chu Li even if she did not agree with him. Hence, she did not usually go out alone. Now that everyone was together, it should be fine. She chatted and laughed with the ladies as they headed to Sky Inn. Sky Inn was still open. When the 20 people arrived, they were immediately treated as VIPs. Soon, food and wine were served. As they ate, they chatted and gossiped. Do you think Master Chu is looking down on us? One of the ladies took a sip of wine. Her face was flushed red. She was beautiful. She squinted her eyes and asked lazily. The lively atmosphere suddenly froze. It can't be. Chen Shui shook her head. I think Master Chu is trying to avoid arousing suspicion. After all, there is a difference between men and women. Even if there's a difference between men and women, it doesn't have to be like this, right? Someone scoffed in dissatisfaction. Ever since we opened the pub, he has disappeared with one arrow. He only appeared once 2 days ago. He just sat for a while and then left. He did not even talk to us. I told Chun-Ing. Chun-Ing hurriedly rolled her eyes. Master Chu has done enough for us. Without his protection, how can we be so peaceful? That's true. The ladies nodded. In this world where the strong preyed on the weak, they were like lambs waiting to be slaughtered. Anyone could swallow them up. Wasn't it because of the public house's reputation that they were able to open such a big pub without any problems? Chun-Ing, why are you speaking up for Master Chu? What nonsense are you talking about? What's there to be embarrassed about liking Master Chu? Everyone likes him, right? So the ladies shook their heads and sighed. They thought of their own background and immediately felt sorry for themselves. Why do they have to be with Master Chu now? Maybe he thinks we are dirty. Someone said. All right, let's not talk about this. Chun-Ing hurriedly interrupted and raised her voice. Master Chu is a busy man. How can he be idle in the public house? He has no choice. Everyone, hurry up and eat. Go back and rest early. The ladies no longer had the mood to joke around. They lowered their heads and ate. Very quickly, they finished their food and walked back. They had to cross 2 streets to return to the public house. The 2 streets were brightly lit as if it was daytime. They were in low spirits and had drunk some wine. They staggered as they walked. When they crossed the 2nd street, suddenly 2 black shadows jumped out and carried Chun-Ing away. In the blink of an eye, they disappeared in front of the ladies. Chun-Ing! The ladies were instantly in a mess. Some were screaming, some were shouting. Let's go back first. Chen Shui urged loudly. They staggered back to the public house. Zhao Ying was practicing her swordsmanship in the front yard. Her movements were light and continuous. She was worried that they would stay here at night. The ladies rushed in and started talking. Chen Shui shouted at them to shut up. She pulled Zhao Ying and said, Sister Zhao, hurry, hurry. Chun-Ing has been taken away. Sister Chun has been taken away? Zhao Ying was stunned. Chen Shui's face was red from running. She was out of breath. Zhao Ying could not transmit her inner power to others. She could not help. She quickly asked, Who took her away? No, I don't know. 2 masked men. They took Sister Chun and disappeared. I'll go and find brother. Zhao Ying turned around and left. In the blink of an eye, she disappeared in front of them. Chapter 61. Zhao Ying did not bother to go to the backyard to ride a horse. She used her qin gong and rushed into the public house like a gust of wind. She rode the boat to the east garden. The east garden was quiet, as if it was asleep. Zhao Ying hurried ashore and knocked on the jade chime. She used her qin gong and rushed inside. When she rushed into the yard, the main bedroom was lit up. Liu was putting on his clothes. Zhao Ying called out through the window, Brother Li, where is Brother Chu? Sister Li. Liu yawned as he opened the door to the living room. He walked barefooted and asked lazily, He didn't come back tonight. Why are you looking for him so late at night? He had gone to bed very late and had only slept for a short while. He was sleeping soundly when he was woken up. He didn't come back. He didn't come back. Zhao Ying stomped her feet anxiously. Chun-Ing was kidnapped. We have to look for Brother Chu. Is he on the Jade Guardian Island? Chun-Ing. Liu woke up immediately. It was as if a bucket of cold water had been poured on his head. His eyes widened. Kidnapped? Who did it? I didn't see who it was. Zhao Ying said anxiously. We have to go to the Jade Guardian Island. No. Liu shook his head. The Jade Guardian Island is heavily guarded. You won't be able to get in. It's a matter of life and death. The third lady will make an exception. Liu shook his head. The Jade Guardian Island is heavily guarded. I don't know how long it will take to get through. How about this? He came to a small tree in the corner. This small tree was planted not long ago and was as thick as a pinky finger. He fiercely kicked the small tree in half and pulled it out. Looking at the 2 halves of the small tree, he heaved a sigh of relief. You'll be back soon. Junior Sister Zhao, don't worry, don't worry. Zhao Ying frowned at him and then looked at the small tree on the ground. She did not understand what he was doing. Liu pointed. This is a connection tree. 2 trees are like a couple. If one dies, the other will die too. Brother Chu will know. Will it work? Zhao Ying looked doubtful. You should be asleep by now. You won't have time to look at trees. Don't worry. Liu shook his head. No matter how well he sleeps, he will know when a tree dies. All right, how did Qining get kidnapped? Could it be a rapist? Who knows? Zhao frowned and shook her head. If it's rape, then it'll be troublesome. If they were to rape a woman, they might not be able to make it in time if they were to rush over. Thinking of this, her heart burned with anxiety, and anger. At the same time, she hated herself for being useless. She was a loss when something happened and couldn't do anything. She could only come to find senior brother. I must advance to the Xiantian realm. I can't be so useless anymore, relying on him for everything. What happened? Chu Li's voice was heard all of a sudden. Chun Ying curled up in the corner of the bed. Her clothes were messy, and her beautiful eyes were wide open in fear. She waved her hands to prevent the laughing Fengwen from approaching. Fengwen was half naked. He could not stop laughing as he approached Qining. He was like a cat playing with a mouse. He was enjoying and teasing her. Looking at Chun Ying's frightened and helpless face, he was so excited that he could not control himself. Bang! The door was kicked open. Fengwen glared at them angrily. Seeing that it was Chu Li and Zhao Ying, he was not afraid. Instead, his eyes lit up and he looked at Zhao Ying. Under the light, Zhao Ying's skin was crystal clear and soft. She was as beautiful as a jade. He could not help but stare at her. Chu Li stepped forward and stabbed him with his sword. Ugh! Fengwen widened his eyes and looked at him in disbelief. He looked down at the long sword in his chest and tried to pull it out. Chu Li shook his hand lightly and Fengwen flew up. Bang! He crashed through the window and fell into the dark courtyard. Qining threw herself into Chu Li's arms and cried. Chu Li held her in his arms, but he did not have any evil thoughts. He only felt pity for her. Chun Ying's delicate body trembled gently like a frightened bird. She was really pitiful. He patted her back and sighed at Chun Ying's bad luck. She had to suffer again. Zhao Ying looked into the house and let out a sigh of relief. Fortunately, they managed to make it in time. If they were any later, the consequences would be unimaginable. She could finally relax. Chu Li patted Qining and said, "He is dead." Chapter 62. Chu Li waited for Qining to calm down. He patted her back and said gently, "All right, it was a close shave. Let's go back." "Master, it's all my fault." Qining left his embrace and wiped her tears. Her beautiful eyes were already red and swollen. "I didn't take this bastard seriously. I was too careless." Chu Li said, "There are very few people like him. How can we guard against them? We can only blame our bad luck." "Master, I want to practice martial arts." Her red and swollen eyes stared at Chu Li. "Master, I don't want to live in fear anymore. Practice martial arts." Chu Li pondered and nodded slowly. "All right, I will think of a way. You guys don't have a foundation. If you want to practice martial arts, you have to start from scratch. You might not become a master even after many years of practice. You still have to practice." Qining gritted her teeth. Chu Li said, "Then practice. Although it's a little late, it's better than not practicing at all." Zhao Ying entered the house and heard this. She sighed, "Sister Chun, to practice martial arts, you must first build your foundation between the ages of 8 to 18. After that, it might take 20 or even 30 years." "Then I want to practice too," Qining said. Zhao Ying hesitated. "Until 50 years old, you'll still be a beginner martial artist. By then, moreover, she was just a beginner and could not be considered a master. It was really unnecessary. She could not bear to let Chun Ying waste her time." Chu Li said, "If you want to practice, then practice. Sister, let's go." "Why is no one here yet?" Zhao Ying asked curiously. He killed Fengwen with one slash, but it caused quite a commotion. Yet no one came to see. Chu Li scoffed. "Let's go." Fengwen had told them not to come no matter how big the commotion was. It was not the first time he did this. He had harmed women before. So, Chu Li did not hesitate to kill him. This kind of scum deserved to die. Fengwen's father, Feng Shikai, was an innate master from the Blue Parasol faction. His swordsmanship was outstanding. He was usually chivalrous and had a good reputation in the martial arts world. Unfortunately, it was inevitable that a man's wife would not be virtuous and his son would not be filial. Feng Wen had caused a lot of trouble. Because of Feng Shikai, everyone let him off. Instead, he became even more unscrupulous. Thinking of this, Chu Li shook his head. He held Zhao Ying in his left hand and Chen Ying in his right. He fluttered away and silently left the manor. Zhao Ying felt a warm current flowing through her body from the hand on her waist, causing her body to soften and go numb. She lost control of her body. She tensed up and held her breath, her heart pounding. Chen Ying was hugged by Chu Li, but she felt as if she was wrapped in warmth and security, isolated from the world. She was no longer afraid of danger and pain. She wished she could stay like this forever. Chu Li left the manor and sped up. Zhao Ying whispered, "Senior apprentice brother, there's no need to be so fast." Chu Li shook his head. Zhao Ying looked up. The moonlight shone on his face like water. His expression was solemn. Zhao Ying asked in a low voice, "Senior brother, what's the matter?" She felt that there was something wrong with Chu Li's expression and behavior. Perhaps there was something that she did not know. It's a little troublesome. Chu Li suddenly stopped. They happened to be in a wood. Chu Li put the two girls down and said in a low voice, "Sister, bring Chen Ying back first." "Senior apprentice brother, what's wrong?" Zhao Ying quickly asked. Chu Li smiled. "I suddenly remembered that there's something that I haven't settled yet. I'll go back first." "What is it?" Zhao Ying asked. Chu Li waved his hand. "I'll tell you when I get back. Bring Chen Ying back as soon as possible to avoid unnecessary trouble." "All right." Zhao Ying looked at his determined expression and said helplessly, "Senior apprentice brother, be careful." Chu Li smiled at them and leaped away. After a while, a long howl was heard from afar. Zhao Ying was walking back with Chen Ying. When she heard the howl, she felt that it was Chu Li's. She felt that something was wrong. "Is that master's voice?" Chen Ying asked. "Is he in trouble?" Zhao Ying frowned and shook her head. Her senior apprentice brother was a top-notch innate master. He was the youth champion of the public house. Even if he encountered an innate master, he would be able to escape safely. Chen Ying was not too worried. She also felt that Chu Li was omnipotent. Zhao Ying was still a little worried. She sped up. She sent Chen Ying back to the manor in the town and turned around to go back. Based on her senior apprentice brother's speed, he should have arrived first. Since he had not arrived yet, he might have encountered some trouble. Just as she passed by the forest, she heard a muffled sound. She followed the direction of the sound quietly. The moonlight shone into the forest like water. For people were fighting in the forest. Only the muffled sound could be heard. It was as if a giant tree was hitting the wall. Wherever the four people passed, the trees were broken. Mud and grass flew everywhere. It was as if a giant beast was passing by. Zhao Ying's eyes suddenly widened. The person who was surrounded by the three people was Chu Li. The three people in black had their heads and faces covered. Only their cold eyes could be seen. They were cold and indifferent, as if they did not have human emotions. Zhao Ying's heart tightened. She felt an inexplicable chill in her heart. Chu Li was surrounded by three people. He abandoned his sword and used his palms. This made Zhao Ying's heart tighten. Chu Li's palms looked like they were smeared with gold powder. He kept hitting the people in black. Muffled sounds could be heard. The people in black did not seem to feel anything and continued to attack. At the same time, when Chu Li hit the three people, he was also hit by the three people. His body was constantly hit by fists and palms. Two of the three people in black used fists and one used palms. Their fists and palms were also golden like Chu Li's. Zhao Ying immediately understood. They were from the Tempest Temple. They were here to kill Brother Chu Li. She pursed her lips and moved quietly. She knew that if she was exposed, it would cause Brother Chu Li to be nervous and distracted. He was in a bad situation now. If he was distracted, he would be in danger. She hated herself for being useless. She could not help at all. If she went out, she would only be a burden. Her mind was working quickly. She wanted to run out and help, but her rationality restrained her impulses. She saw that Chu Li was in a bad situation, but he was unusually tenacious. He could hold on for a while. She turned around and left carefully. Once she was out of the forest, she used her light body technique to its limit. She ran back to the public house and went straight to the Jade Guardian Island. She was 20 meters away from the Jade Guardian Island. 4 middle-aged protectors appeared on the shore and looked at her coldly. Zhao Ying was anxious. Every moment could be related to brother Chu Li's life. She raised her voice and said, I am rank 7 protector Zhao Ying. I have an urgent matter to report to the third lady. The third lady is already asleep. If there's anything, we can talk about it tomorrow. A middle-aged protector said coldly. A human life is at stake. Please make an exception. Zhao Ying said loudly. It's about brother Chu Li's life in the East Garden. Wait. The middle-aged protector's face changed. He turned around and left. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.